Good afternoon. I call to order the Knox County Board of Zoning. It is, oh my gosh, what day is it? Monday, August 24th at 5 o'clock. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll, please. No, never mind. I'm back in my old meeting.
Go ahead and discuss.
All right. And I will now turn it over to Commissioner Russell for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If everyone would rise and salute the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. The amendments to the agenda, there are no addition. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. If you haven't signed in, please do so. Uh-huh. Everybody in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, amendments to the agenda. 0 additions, 0 withdrawals, defer to September number 3 and number 9. Again, that's defer to September number 3 and number 9. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Durant, second by Commissioner Jay. Open voting, please. All right, close voting. That passed. Approval of minutes of previous meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Hill. Open voting, please. Okay, and that passed. Okay. Public forum, the agenda items only. That will be when you speak at, if you're signed up to speak, you will be doing that at the item. And I will now turn it over to Director Moyers to swear in our applicants.
All right, if you're here to speak to this body on any item on the agenda, either for or against, please stand and raise your right hand. If you plan to speak to this body, all right? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Be seated, please.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Item number 1, 7I-26RZ, request of Ken Bowman for rezoning from A agricultural to CA general business, property located at 9664 Middlebrook Pike, parcel ID 104-18901 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Okay, if you'll come to the podium, sir, and on the black box, you'll push the little people button. If you'll just state your name and county of residence.
Ken Bowman, Knox County.
Perfect. We don't have anyone signed up in opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA General Business Zone because it is consistent with adopted plans and changing conditions in the area.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, would you like to talk about your project?
Not unless there's any questions.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Yes, it's a piece of property. It's directly on Middlebrook Pike. We're going to request to go commercial in the hopes of probably doing an office, some type of a small office warehouse.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? A second by Commissioner Frazier. Open voting, please. All right, and that passed. Thank you, and congratulations. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 2, 6A-26RZ, request of LeMay and Associates for rezoning from A agricultural and PR planned residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to RA low-density residential property located at 0 Harbor Crest Way, parcel ID 162-05815, partial in the 5th Commission District.
Thank you. Is applicant present? Hello, sir. I think you know the routine.
I do.
Name and,
My name is Rich Levinson, 1672 Harbor Crest Way, Knox County.
thank you. And we don't have anyone signed up in opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density zone because it's consistent with the adopted plans and surrounding development.
Thank you. Mr. Levinson, would you like to talk about your project?
We're just cutting a little lot out of the larger property for a
Okay.
small house.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Chair Oster. I have had a discussion with Mr. Levinson on this. We're practically next-door neighbors, so we kind of talk over the fence. So I make a motion that we approve as recommended by Planning Commission.
Thank you. I need you to hit your motion button. I've got a motion on the floor and a second. Open voting, please. And that passed. Good luck.
Thank you very much. And thank you all who have served and are going off at this time in a week or so. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Item number 3 has been deferred to September. We are on item number 4, 7B26UR, request of Thomas M. Hale / Vulcan Lands Incorporated for a conditional use permit for mining and mineral extraction quarry expansion in A Agricultural District. Property is located at 01624 Graybeal Road, parcel ID 129-080, partial 08001, pursuant to Knox County zoning ordinance, section 4.50.02.b. This is in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Right now, at this moment, I'm going to turn this over to Director Moyers.
All right, I wanted to address the body because this is something that I frankly doubt any of you have had experience with. Normally, when you sit in this chair, you're acting as legislators, okay? So you're passing laws in the interest of Knox County. That includes zonings and rezoning decisions. But this is a conditional use permit, or otherwise known as a use on review. I want a little editorial comment. You should not be doing this, and this needs to be taken care of in the code. But in this situation, you are acting more like judges than you are like legislators. Your duty here is to assess the facts based on the submissions that have been given to the body, and I'm going to ask that somebody make a motion to include all of the submissions that have been sent to the County Commission as a part of the record. Your job is to assess the facts and apply them to the law. Now, you will have had passed out to you 2 code sections from the Knox County Zoning Code, Section 4.50, which are standards for mining and mineral extraction, and Section 6.50, which is procedures for authorizing uses permitted on review. Those are the laws that you have to apply the facts to. If after the presentations and after the submissions and everything that you've been provided, you believe that there is evidence in the record that would support a finding that the applicant should get his use on review, then you make a motion saying that you make that finding, that the laws as applied to the, or the facts as applied to the laws here support a finding that the applicant should be given the permission to do the use. If you find that the facts do not support, or the facts as applied to the law do not support that, then you can move to deny the use on review. That's basically it. The applicants have to make their record here, and I think that's why we need, they've been very diligent, both sides, in providing factual and legal arguments for their position, which is why we need to make those a part of the record, and then whatever else is presented to the body. And in light of all of that, you will then make a motion to affirm or deny. But like I said, unlike a normal rezoning where it's just, I think this would be good for the community, this is more, you have these laws that are set forth in front of you, and the question is, do the facts as applied to the law justify the use? Okay, so that's my spiel. One other thing, because in the past, we did this more often, I was always asked this question. I will not be answering any questions where you ask me, Mr. Law Director, do you think that this use is justified based on the facts and the law? That's your job. My job is to defend whatever you do, so I will not weigh in on questions like that. But anywhere else I can help you, I certainly will.
Thank you. And Director Moyers, usually what we do, obviously, is discuss it, have the applicants and the speakers, but you suggested we have our public forum on this item first.
Well, I think that since we're going to be getting presentations from both sides, it would be more streamlined and better to get any public comments out of the way first so that we can hear the presentations and then go directly to consideration of the question.
I agree with that. And then on the motion to accept all the documents, will we do that first and then do the motion right after that, or do we need to start?
I think I would start by moving that all the submissions that have been made by both parties to the county commission prior to this evening be made a part of the record, so that if there's any litigation that arises from that, we'll have that. Because, as I say, in the litigation, the parties are bound by the record they make here, so we need to have all of that in there so that it can be relied upon by them and by us.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a procedural question just addressing a statement that I saw made in one of the memos that the body is constrained to make an approval if all the conditions of the application are met, or all the conditions for the permit are met, I believe was something to that effect. Do you agree that that is in a...
I do, because basically that's why you set forth the rules, so that they can follow them. But if you look at the procedure for authorizing uses on review, there are some things in there that give you some discretion. So, for example, let's see. A use may be appropriate in one location and not appropriate in others. I mean, you have to find that the use is appropriate for the community, the neighborhood, things like that. I mean, this is where the facts apply to the law, because a use like this might be completely appropriate in one part of the county and not appropriate in another part of the county. So you have to make that finding.
And we are
as well.
the ones who are making that finding.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So there is discretion.
There is some discretion, but like I said, if it appears that they have met all the rules and regulations, and if it appears that this is an appropriate use in the location, then you should grant it, okay? If they have the facts on their side and you turn it down just because you don't like it, that's the kind of case we lose. So, and I hate losing cases, so don't do that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So it has been read into the record. I need a motion to accept all documents, submissions that have been sent to the county commission as part of the record. Okay, so, all right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill and a second by Commissioner Russell. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now, open voting. Commissioner Fox, you don't have anything else, do you? Okay, so that passed. All right, now we are going to go into speakers. And each speaker has 3 minutes to address commission, and then when we're finished with public forum on this one, then we will go to both attorneys, okay? Everybody on the same page? All right, first speaker is Annette McDonald. Yeah, I am. All right, let's go to the next one. Chris Irwin. Okay. hit the,
Button. That
there
button?
you go.
All right, is
There
this
you
the,
go.
is this the public forum section?
Yes, are you Chris Irwin?
I am Chris Irwin.
Okay, so you will just state your name and county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, my name
We
is
need
Chris
to
Irwin.
We need to reset that.
Yeah, reset that if you will. I have a preliminary question to administrative question. I like the fact that you said that they're judges. So that triggers the attorney in me and to ask for a continuance. This morning, we got a 4-page, yes, you laugh. We got a 4-page legal memorandum with citations and everything. And I had no idea how busy you all were until I sat in on the flock camera section. And I don't know if you've had an adequate time to review the law and the materials of this 4-page memorandum that we got this morning. I know I haven't. I've been here, I've been working, and the applicant himself says that they're not even going to start for years. This isn't burning a hole in anyone's pocket. So I would suggest that a continuance would be proper to give you all an opportunity to look at the case law and the new memorandum that we've got, and I know that I would like to. So I just wanted to start with that before I got into the merits of my argument.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, you're set.
Am I ready to go?
You're ready to go.
All right. First of all, Vulcan's filings, I'm not going to repeat everything. We've written everything, I think, a lot of what we're going to say. But it basically boils down to often that in the prior arguments that these people came to the problem. They should have known better. These 100-plus homes these professionals moved into, they should have known better. But that's not the situation we're into now. We're not talking about the existing quarry. And I also want the language is important in this. We're talking about blasting and explosives that's trying to move closer to a suburban community of over 100 homes. Blasting. Think about this as you go home tonight. And one of the sort of what I'm feeling is that they characterize a lot of the community's concerns, preferences, fears, or opinions, and saying that that shouldn't control the decision. We agree. And I actually went through all of our filings, and feelings are nowhere in anything that we filed. What you've heard the community talk about is residents experiencing blasting, vibration, noise, home shaking, and this isn't something that they're worried about in the future. This is happening now. This is like a developer coming up to you who's having dust suppression noises, who's turning the streams into chocolate, that has an existing problem, saying we want to do more. We want to go a little bit forward. There is already a problem. I would suggest let's put this off a year. And let's have a year without video of dust coming off the site and coating the suburban neighborhood. Let's have a year without the community saying, our homes are shaking. Our homes are shaking. It feels like a giant. Let's have a year to where Vulcan can come with clean hands and say, look, we're not having these problems anymore. I think that would be quite reasonable. Also, sort of this idea that the boots are sort of pushing all that, you have no choice. And I think that point that you were making was well taken, Commissioner. You do. It states specifically in the Rule 6.50.06, a use may be appropriate in one location and inappropriate in another location in the same zoning district. I would submit to you that's exactly what common sense dictates here. We're talking about moving a strip mine with active blasting right next to a suburban community that you all approved. These people moved into this community thinking they were going to have homes and they were going to come home from work, and this is not an approach. I think common sense, moving blasting closer to a suburban neighborhood just seems on its face. With that, I'm going to turn this over. I have some other points, but we have Dr. Kirkpatrick here, who is actually an international expert in these matters and was involved in the first commission meetings on this matter, and he's going to address them. I've got like 17 seconds. I know what happens with judges when I go over the time sometimes. But I would point out one final thing is that Vulcan is a 35, I looked at their 10K, and they talk about how vital this expansion is, but their own 10K says that no individual mining property is individually material to our business. This is a $35 billion corporation with facilities all over the world, saying that we want to come to this neighborhood of 100, get closer to blast so we can have a little bit more rock and basically treat this community as a sacrifice zone. They deserve better.
Thank
They
you,
deserve
Mr.
better.
Irwin. I'm sorry, I've got to keep
No,
everybody
keep to the
at the...
rules. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you recognized me. May I proceed?
Yes.
I rather than getting knee deep into all this, I would like to see the temperature of the commission in taking up the request of continuing this effectively because of, more information that came to us this morning. So I move that we delay this by 30 days to allow greater consideration. And actually, I think it might be, in light of the fact that we received our instructions from Mr. Moyers today, that would give us also time to go back through the materials, given that he explained what our role is, so that we can do this thing right. But what I don't want to do is, get knee deep in all this. And 30 minutes later, we say, oh yeah, we should continue this. Let's take a look at pushing this down the road to September. That's my motion, that we move this until September.
Can I say one thing? If I might, if the commission wishes to do this, I would suggest that you include with the motion that the commission will accept no more submissions after a certain date, so that we don't run into a situation where somebody files a 10-page memo on the day of the hearing and we have another reason for a continuance. So
Okay.
now I'm speaking like a lawyer. Continuance, a deferral.
Yes. All right, then I would like to make that motion with the amendment that no further briefings will be allowed from 15 days from today, so that we'll have effectively 2 weeks to consider everything, if the second will agree. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion?
Does the
Commissioner
applicant
Hill?
have the
Oh, I'm
opportunity
sorry.
to respond to this?
Yeah, let me get the other commissioners, and then I will get to you, Mr. Hill. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Fox. This is not, perhaps even though this is the first use on review, this is not an issue that is new to us. I mean, it has been through planning. There have been, I can tell you, many meetings that have occurred already between the neighborhood and Vulcan, and even more individual meetings that have occurred. I know both sides are incurring expense in this with attorneys and this sort of thing, and I'm just not. I don't think that that's a wise thing to do. People have a lot of angst about this. It's been relayed to me on numerous occasions, and I really believe that this decision does need to move forward tonight.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I agree with Commissioners Lee and Commissioners Fox. With this additional information and with the explanation from the law director, I feel that we need to make sure we get this right.
Commissioner Thompson? Okay, Commissioner Jackson, are you done? Thank you. Okay. All right. Mr. Hale? I'm okay to ask him, right, Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
getting on my attorney stuff here.
I
I might be
appreciate.
sitting as a judge, but I'm definitely not one. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thomas Hale, am a lawyer here in town. I've been with Kramer Racing since 1980, representing Vulcan in this matter. In May, we filed our original application, and as our documentation shows that it's in the record, we have diligently, over and over and over again, been meeting with the people in the neighborhood, talking to them, making revisions to our application, all of which were at our expense and to their benefit. There was not one change made to these papers or this plan that was not for the benefit of the people in the neighborhood, in the area. And we are probably, given the fact that this is a road, as it involves the road, which we're going to have to deal with further after we get approval. If we get approval, then that's going to take probably another period of time to get the road approved by the county. And then we're going to have to go back to the Planning Commission with a concept plan, which is one of the conditions that the Planning Commission approved the application on. So we're in a long process. And what we're attempting to do is to get the approvals we need so that we can start spending the money to design the road and eventually build the road at Vulcan's expense and try to move this thing forward. We got held up in, I guess it was after meeting and modifying our proposal a number of times. We then got to the Planning Commission. They had a 30-day delay because we had made changes that were beneficial to the opponents, but they cited those beneficial things to get a 30-day extension, which they did. And so I recognize everybody would like to review the material, but keep in mind some of the material that has been sent to you, the multiple pages of material, I'm not sure any of it has anything to do with the legal issues that you're being asked to deal with. We just feel like we would like to get moving. We're not going to be able to get moving until we get the approval of this body, because it takes the approval of both the Planning Commission and the County Commission before we're going to be able to expand or extend the area as our application requests. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Do we have an attorney for the other side? I want to make sure.
How may I help you? Oh, wait, the button's pushed.
Okay. Are you the attorney for the?
Care?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm one of the attorneys. I'm with
Okay.
Knoxville Environmental Law
If
Partners.
you'll give your name and county residence, please.
Chris Irwin,
Okay.
2131 Riverside Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. And all we're talking about is the deferral right now, because we've got a motion on the floor. So
Yes.
whatever you want to say about the deferral.
I think I've kind of said it, that this morning, your attorney has just given you new instructions for you to review what's been submitted, but we have a 4-page legal document that was submitted, and I've seen how busy you all are, and I doubt you've had a chance to look at it. We just simply are asking this is a project that's going to take years, and we think that it would be prudent, especially given the potential for problems down the road, for us to take the time, to give you all the time to review the new document. I'd like to look into some of the case law of what was submitted today, to give your staff a chance to take a look at it, so we can proceed on this with knowing all the facts and the law that is at hand. He brought up judges, and yeah, that's exactly what I would do. I'd be asking for a continuance in this so we can have that chance and that you all can do the same thing. Okay. I have 2 minutes, but for that argument, that specific argument,
Well,
I
there
think
you
it's
go.
pretty crystal clear.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Commissioners, we have got a motion on the floor to defer for 30 days and no new submissions of documentation, and a second. So we will open voting. You may change your vote. And the vote is, did that pass? It failed. Okay. All right. So we are now back to public speakers. So the next public speaker is Thomas Kirkpatrick. And Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you'll give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes.
My name is Dr. Thomas Keith Kirkpatrick. I live at 12605 Buttermilk Road. I've lived there since 2003, and I was involved in the 2009 use on review process, with the expansion where it currently stops at Graybill. I want to begin with something very important. I don't have any ill will towards Vulcan. They're my neighbors. I think very well of their company. They produce good jobs in our region and so forth. But that's not why we're here tonight. We're here to talk about whether east of Graybill expansion satisfies Knox County's rules. Vulcan's memorandum submitted today says the decision cannot be based simply on preferences or fears of neighbors. I agree with that statement. CARE is not asking for you to decide the case based on preferences or fears. We're asking you to apply the ordinances. Section 5.22 allows mining to be considered in an agricultural zone, but expressly subjects it to sections 4.10 and section 4.50. For specific, Article 4.10 requires plan consistency, harmony, neighborhood compatibility, and protection of adjacent property, while Section 6.50.06 expressly recognizes that the same use may be appropriate in one location and not appropriate in another. That was been said before. And your own planning staff, when they put forth a report, stated, and I quote, "not generally compatible with the surrounding residential development." And I quote again, "may be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan policy requiring development to be sensitive to existing community character." I'm wanting to know how we can reconcile those two things. How can it be generally not compatible, but we can positively say that we need to vote for this? This is not a vote on an existing quarry west of Graybill. In 2009, Knox County expressly required a separate future use on a review. And I was there. I heard what was said back then. And it was said, well, there's houses there's community. We'll stop at Graybill, and it won't affect the next community, and you'll have a buffer. Now we're talking about going into that buffer. I have not seen tonight a clean final post-hearing plan. That was one of the conditions, Condition 8 set by the commission. I have not seen that clean plan that they've submitted. We have revision after revision up to this last minute. We have last minute things coming into the record that I haven't had a chance to review. The decision will affect my community and my neighbors and the 1,000 people that signed our petition. 300 were sent out notification by Vulcan that this was happening. I've got 1,000 people who will want to oppose it. If you cannot make your required findings, I respectfully ask again for you to postpone. If the final controlling plan is not yet before you, please postpone to get that final plan. If you approve, then please make the findings explicit and put every material protection into one clear enforceable approval. But I can tell you this, the agreements we've made with Vulcan are mitigations. They do not prevent these things of harmony, consistency with the neighborhood. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Madam Chair, I
Mr.
have a
Fox?
question, if I may. Sir, could you step back up to the lectern, please?
Yes, sir.
You made the statement that at the 2009 question that representatives of Vulcan made the statement that they would stop at Graybill Road?
No, that wasn't by Vulcan. That was by county commissioners at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What?
Basically, at the time, that use on review was for the entire property, even the property across from Graybill. Basically, the decision was looked at because of the housing in that area. It wasn't as dense where that up to Graybill. So it was basically Graybill Road was used as a separator point. And so the discussion I had with commissioners was, it was basically, well, we need to approve this because the county needs stone. I get that. And that's why I didn't oppose it after that concession, because it wasn't encroaching upon homes. Right now, we're talking about putting berms right behind people's homes, out their back door. The quarry is a heavy industrial strip mine. I do strip mining for my projects. Basically, I engage with quarries for railroad projects, and for hospital projects and power plant projects. I can tell you that they have their place, but you're talking about taking a heavy industrial strip mine and moving it right into a neighborhood. It's over there, and now you're trying to bring it here.
And you're talking about Hickory Meadows Drive neighborhood?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm talking about.
What, you provided a number of citations for our benefit. Could you give us those citations again? Standards, I think you was out of standards for mining and mineral extraction.
That is correct. Basically, there's a number of statutes here and ordinances that you need to look at. You're talking about the 5.2203 agricultural zone. That's basically says mining and mineral extraction may be considered, but are expressly subject to all requirements of 4.10 and 4.50. Then you have to go to Article 4.10, uses permitted on review. Basically, to summarize that, it says, uses receive special considerations because they may be potentially incompatible with existing development and must be specifically placed into development pattern which exist at the time of their arrival. Then you go to 4.10.14, adopted plan. The use is consistent with adopted plans and policies. So basically, you have to look at the comprehensive plan, the 2024 comprehensive plan, and compare that. Section 4.10.15, harmony. The use is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of these zoning regulations. Then you move to 4.10.16, compatibility. The use is compatible with the character of the neighborhood where it is proposed. Then you move to 4.10.17, adjacent property. And this hits home because I'm an adjacent property. The use must not significantly injure adjacent property by noise, lights, fumes, odors, vibration, traffic congestion, or other impacts. And I can tell you living there and with a quarry, you're going to have impacts. Next section, 6.50.06, location-specific judgment. We've quoted this one before. The use may be appropriate in one location and inappropriate in another location in the same zoning district. Then you move to 4.50.02B, dual mining approval. The surface mining conditional use permit must be approved by both Planning Commission
Madam Chair,
and County Commission.
point of order for a second.
Yes.
Mr. Kirkpatrick,
Yes,
we are trying to write down the statutes you are referencing, and we can't seem to get them to line up with code. Do you have a copy?
I'm not an attorney. I've got what I've noted down on my notes, if you'd like to have it.
What were those first few sites? Because you were talking about Article 4.
Yeah, Article 4.10, use permitted on review.
Okay.
You have the-
What I've got, which is off the municipal code website, 4.10 just speaks to supplementary regulations applying to specific, to several, or to all zones. And it's basically just kind of a catch-all saying that here's some regulations. What was the next one you had?
4.10.14, do you have a copy of it?
4.10.04
Yeah,
talks
I
about,
downloaded this off of your website.
okay, say that again, 4 point what?
4.10.14,
Okay.
adopted plans.
What I'm looking at, which is from the municipal code website, which is, I understand, is the official,
Ordinances.
right.
Yes.
4.10.04 says glare and heat.
No, that's
Yeah.
not the same.
I know, and I'm wondering if you're not working off an older version of the code, because that's not what I've
pulled it-
got.
we can
Most-
pull open your website. It's your own ordinances.
Well, I went to our website and then,
It's .14.
4.14?
4.10.14.
10.
Yeah, I got it.
No,
4.0.
14.14.
Point 14. If it's point 14, it's going to be down here.
That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, I see, you're just, okay.
Well, this is why I'm asking for continuance here,
Oh, I
is
see.
because this is something that's going to affect us for 50 years.
I was just not seeing your sites. I see where you are now.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but
that's my fault. I
that's
was
one of the
misreading it.
reasons why we need to slow this process down, because, I'm not an attorney. I'm unfortunately the worst thing possible. I'm an engineer. Yeah, so,
Okay.
but,
Yeah, that was a.
but I'll go on down to 4.5002, Plan of Operations.
Yeah, got you.
The plan approved by both bodies must provide in all respects for adequate safeguard and protection of neighboring interest and public and health and safety. Okay. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Well, thank
And
you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Let's get through the public speakers, if we can. Next is Douglas Finnan. I'm not sure I'm saying that right.
Pretty close. It's Finnan.
Okay, there we go. If you just give your name and county residence, please,
Yeah.
and you got 3 minutes.
All right. Douglas Finnan, Knox County. Vulcan's memorandum filed today relies heavily on Rogers Group Incorporated versus County of Franklin for the proposition that a zoning body acts arbitrarily if it denies an application after the applicant has complied with all the requirements in zoning ordinance. That proposition is not controversial, but it does not answer the question before this commission. The critical words are, quote, after the application has complied with all the requirements of the ordinance. The question here is whether Vulcan has satisfied those requirements. Knox County ordinance expressly requires more than simply showing that a mining appears on a list of uses permitted on review. Section 6.50.06 says that a use may be appropriate in one location and inappropriate in another location in the same zoning district. It specifically requires administrative judgment concerning the local location and appropriateness of a use on review. So Rogers Group does not mean that because mining may occur somewhere in an agricultural zone, it must be approved everywhere in an agricultural zone. It means that the commission must apply the standards that Knox County itself has adopted. And those standards include location, appropriateness, neighborhood character, and compatibility. And Vulcan also cites Rogers Group for language rejecting neighborhood fears concerning blasting, pollution, and similar impacts. Again, context matters. In Rogers Group, the court emphasized that the commission had denied the application based on concerns that were outside of the substantive requirements of the zoning resolution before it. That is not our situation. Knox County's own mining ordinance expressly recognizes that mineral extraction, quote, may seriously affect minced parcels and surrounding properties. Vulcan quoted that language in its own memorandum today. So evidence about actual blasting, vibration, dust, noise, and effects surrounding the homes is not some irrelevant emotional reaction imported from outside of the ordinance. Those impacts are part of the very reason Knox County subjects mining to special reviews. And those residents have not merely expressed generalized fears. Planning heard testimony about existing blasting, home shaking, vibration, and dust reaching surrounding properties. It is that is evidence that there's concerning the actual operation of this quarry and consequences that moving forward to closer established neighborhoods. Finally, Vulcan argues that the quarry is the dominant use in this neighborhood because the residential development occurred around the existing Dixie Lee quarry, but that argument ignores the property actually before you tonight. In 2009, Knox County expressly provided that the land east of Graybill could not be used for quarry operations unless Vulcan returned and obtained a separate use on review. The residents beside the expansion property did not move next to an approved quarry on these 60 acres. They moved next to land that Knox County had specifically kept out of the quarry. Vulcan is now asking the quarry to move next to them. So Rogers Group does not compel approval. If you apply the ordinance, and if this ordinance requires you to decide whether the quarry expansion at this location is appropriate and compatible with this use of this neighborhood. If Vulcan has not carried that showing, you may deny this application. And if commission is not prepared to make that determination tonight on a complete and consistent record, then the appropriate course would be to postpone.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker is Robert Walters. Hello, Mr. Walters. If you'll give your name, county of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Robert Walters, 12356 Pittman Drive. I live approximately 1 mile from Graybill Road on Pittman Drive, and we feel every time that they blast, we feel the shaking in the house now. These people will be about half that distance that if you let this quarry come across. But my major concern is the Graybill itself. They want to move this road, and we already don't have enough transportation access in Hardin Valley. That road is got a small grade where it goes up on Buttermilk. Where they intend to move it to will be 2/3 more. And you'd have to have an engineer look at that, and I put a public comment about that. But at the end of the day, making a decision on the fly, and this has not been on the fly, but making a decision about this, it's going to impact so many people. There's another 80 homes that's been permitted next to this subdivision that's already there. I mean, why would we do this to these people that are coming here? We're degrading their property, we're cutting the cost of their homes, but at the end of the day, I'm not a public speaker and I'm not an attorney, so I can't do all that talking, but it's wrong. Sometimes it's just wrong. Nowhere in 09 did they talk about closing Graybill, and now all of a sudden they want to, because it'd be cheaper to mine. They've got rock for 20 years or more, or maybe less. They need to tell us, how long is it before you have to have this rock? Or is this just cheaper to do? I'm in business. I worry about overhead. Is that what this is about? Is it just about money and to hell with these people? But in any case, I appreciate your time and why you'd sit up there and want to do this, because there's no way in the world everybody's going to agree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
But I do thank you for being here.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and our last speaker on this one is Jordan Littenauer. I'm sure that I said that wrong.
It's hard to pronounce, yeah. I'm Jordan Littenauer, Vulcan Materials. Address is 3001 Alcoa Highway, Knoxville, Tennessee, 920. Sorry about that, freezing over here. So I represent Vulcan Materials. I manage our operations across Tennessee. Again, like the gentleman before me, I'm not a big public speaker, but really, you know, we've been in this community since the 1960s. We were one of the reasons why I-40 got built. If you look at quarries around Tennessee, there's usually one every 20 miles or so, just because rock does not travel well. When you have rock far away from a community, it costs a lot of money for the taxpayers and the counties or wherever they're at to bring that rock to the job site. You can't bring it 300 miles away from a job or you'll be able to fill one pothole that year. So that's the business model. You put quarries close to communities and you operate responsibly, and that's what Vulcan has always done. When you look at the regulatory agencies that we are underneath, you know, federal, state, local, we have all of it. Mining is one of the most regulated activities in the world. And luckily for the community in Knox County, Vulcan does it the best. And I'll tell you, I heard Rogers Group makes my just skin chill. But, you know, we've been here a long time. We've helped build this community. We're not putting a new location in like what's been stated. We're just expanding our current location. And I understand that we need to be a good community member, and that's what we do. I think you'd ask most people that are in our community in Knox County, they know Vulcan Materials, not because we're bad, but because we're good. That's what people remember a lot about us. You know, when we set regulations for blasting, for air, any kind of exposures that are worried about by neighbors, because I'd be worried about it too if I lived near a quarry, we are well within our regulations at all times. And those regulations are not set by emotions. They were set by science. Studies done on structures, studies done by air. Our employees work in this environment every single day, right up against all of it. So when we talk about dust danger, we don't have cancer problems or health issues. Those are well documented and they're in public record with MSHA, because if we had a problem, they have to be reported. You won't find them. Like I said, we've been here since the 1960s when I-40 expanded. We've been here ever since. Everyone that lives in a home around us, our stone is underneath or in the building that they're living in. We built the public schools, we built the roads, we built the bridges. If that goes away, you don't have that support anymore. You're not going to just be able to move a quarry 300 miles away and expect to get the same service. It won't happen. It's not about us making money. Vulcan's motto is we do the right thing the right way and at the right time, and we just won't ever stop doing that. We hope that we can continue to be a community member here. And yes, we do have some reserves left, but this process takes a long time. We have to get the road approved in order to get it moved, and we'll follow all the regulations like we're supposed to that were set in the conditional use decision. Back then, they probably did the same thing. Well, you don't need the rock now, so why don't we just delay it? It takes a long time for us to mine properly and do it safely. If we try to just wait, and then we have to rush, that's when things just get kind of hairy. I think it's going to be the opposite effect of what a lot of people are concerned about right now. Everything that you've seen as far as us submitting new documents, it's all positives for the community. Nothing in there was ever taken away. Every meeting we've had with CARE and with the community was to add things like additional setbacks. In 2009, it was a 200-foot drilling and blasting setback. Instead of doing that, we heard the community, we're going to 500 feet, which is a significant percent increase. A lot of our operations shoot within 200 feet across the U.S. We don't have safety problems. And the data, again, science has never shown that we have physically caused damage to homes. If there was an issue, we fixed it, obviously, but we don't have those issues because we use science in order to run our operation. But hey, I appreciate y'all's time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Hale, how long do you think that you're going to need?
Oh, I could talk a couple hours about this, but I think it won't be that bad. I'm going to try to be as brief and direct as I possibly can to get you to the information that you really need to have, okay. I think.
I want to ask Mr. Irwin, too. Are you going to present anything else on top of what you've already talked about? Well, because I wanted to give you that chance after Mr. Hale. That's why I'm asking that.
I would like to avail myself of that chance, or if possible, if Dr. Hale could address it more directly, see that time.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what to do.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Hale, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
As long as he needs. Yeah, so there's not a...
I certainly don't want to waste your all's time, but I don't want to assume anything. My sense of it is, from the nature of this matter, you all probably don't see very many use-on reviews, not familiar with the principles. And my guess is you've never had a matter involving a quarry. They don't come up very often. So I think it's important to understand the context, the legal context in which this matter is being considered. Agricultural zone allows for quarrying, mining, and mineral extraction as a use permitted on review, not as a permitted use. So, in particular, in this case, what you're dealing with is a use on review to extend the area of an existing quarry that exists and has existed for many, many years for the sole purpose of accessing and selling for use in this community a depleting resource that isn't going to be regrown. You're not going to grow any more rock. The rock is there, and the rock is vital to this community because almost everything that is permanent that is built in this community uses material that comes from the quarries. So I want to mention specifically the language in 6.50, this is the section that deals with uses on review. And it talks about what the purpose of it is. In addition to uses permitted by right in various zones, specified uses may be established and maintained only with the approval of the Planning Commission. This review and approval process is intended, and this is important, number one, to provide for uses which are beneficial to the community, but that may involve potential hazard to the development of an area unless appropriate provisions are made for their impacts. Unless appropriate provisions are made for their impacts. And two, to integrate properly the uses permitted on review with the other uses located in the district. It's not saying you just deny it if it's different than what is there. You work to integrate it. And I'll come back to that in just a second. Under 6.50.06, that's the section of the use on review provision that deals with approval or denial. What that section says is, and this is all in the language of the Planning Commission, because usually the Planning Commission is the body that deals with these issues. The Planning Commission may approve a development plan or permit or use permitted on review where it can be shown that the proposed plan or use is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance and with the general plan and sector plan and is reasonably necessary for the convenience and welfare of the community. Attempting to integrate this use on land that Vulcan has owned since 1989 is exactly what Vulcan has been attempting to do since May when it's filed its application. It has met with the community, and if you read the material that we submitted with our initial application, there's a letter in there that explains all the different times we met with the community and all the different ways where we attempted to modify our plan in order to provide protections for the surrounding property owners. It's all laid out in there. It has been working to develop appropriate provisions to deal with adverse impacts, potential adverse impacts, in order to integrate properly mining with the other uses in the area. The specific section of the code that deals with mining and mineral extraction is, there's really two. It's 4.50, which you've already heard about, and then there is another section, 4.1, that is incorporated by reference in 4.50. But the purpose set forth in 4.50 is, well, first it acknowledges that mining is a basic industry that is needed by the community, and it acknowledges the location of underground mineral deposits will not necessarily coincide with zone boundaries established by this ordinance. Therefore, the extraction of minerals is classified as a use permitted on review. And it concludes by saying, therefore, these standards are established for mineral extraction in the county. And then it goes on to list the items. One of the items listed, 4.50, is 4.50.02B2, which requires a buffer of 200 feet from the property line of a dwelling or platted subdivision. That's what the county's ordinance requires. 200 feet. Vulcan's plan enhances this buffer with a 100-foot undisturbed buffer, which will include 30 feet wide swath of type A landscaping and a 10-foot high berm adjacent to the proposed road and along the neighboring properties of Hickory Meadows, plus a 60-foot, in addition to the 100-foot, a 60-foot right-of-way in which it would build the new Graybill Road, if approved by the county, plus is a 200-foot vegetated berm that would be 25 to 30 feet tall with trees planted along the crest of the berm. There would also be an additional separation of blasting and drilling, which is set back from the Buttermilk side by 450 feet, and on the Pittman side, 450 feet, and on the Hickory Meadows side, 500 feet. So there wouldn't be any blasting. The county's regulation's 200, but under our plan, there wouldn't be any blasting or drilling any closer than 500 feet from Hickory Meadows and 450 from the other two sides. The result of this, just so you know, this whole area that we're talking about that's subject to this request is about 58 acres. With these enhancements, the actual amount of area that Vulcan would be able to mine is 25 acres out of 58 acres. So basically, you've got 60% of the entire area we're talking about is going to be taken up by buffers, roads, berms, and I guess separation from blasting that would be beyond those berms and buffers. That means then 40% of the property we're talking about is all that would be available for mining at some point in the future. Let me say one thing about the original application. It was thought would call for the closure of Graybill Road. And that was what was in the original application that we filed, was to close Graybill Road because it divides the property. It is not used very much. And frankly, a lot of people related to the county government didn't really want it to remain because it's a problem road. Well, after our initial community outreach, we found out that there were people that they were concerned about losing a road, and they wanted a road, and so we proposed we'll build a road to replace Graybill. We will eventually close Graybill and build a new road in a way that we were going to have to work with the county engineering department to work out the details of that. We have a couple of proposals that are in the packet of information that show where the new relocated Graybill would be, but we're going to have to work that out with the county, and we're going to have to also be able to acquire some land in order to make the connection to Buttermilk for what would be the new Graybill Road. But this road, this change was made, I guess it was the day before. No, I'm not remembering correctly. This change came fairly closely after we put in the initial application. And so we made that change at people's request, and then we met further with the community, and we made other changes, not the least of which was that we added 5 monitoring stations around the perimeter between our operation and the Hickory Meadows neighborhood. We already have 7 monitors out there where we monitor our blasting to keep the records that we're required to keep by the government in order to demonstrate that our blasting is below regulatory standards. Our blasting, I think in 2009, we agreed the limit is 2 inches per second or something, whatever that means. And we agreed that we would not go above 1 inch a second. And our records show, and it's in the material we have submitted, the records show that our actual vibration is way below what we agreed to do in 2009, which was 1 inch per second. So these monitors are there to pick up and make available the data. We've agreed to make the data available to the community every quarter. This is another thing about blasting. Last year, we blasted 22 times in the entire year. Now, you would think we blast every 5 minutes when you hear some people talk, but we generally only blast about 2 times per month. It all is driven by the market demands. Sometimes we go a little more than 2 a month. We have agreed to a limit in the conditions. We've agreed to not blast more than 6 times a month maximum. Probably wouldn't do more than 2. And these blasts are scientifically managed. They're run by independent third parties that design each blast depending upon the conditions that exist at the time, and that's how they stay within their regulations. Those regulations are the state fire marshal, regulates blasting, and we've attached to our application I think it's 5.1, Exhibit 5.1. It lists all of the various regulatory bodies that regulate the Dixie Lee Quarry. And there's about 6 or 7 of them that we have to comply with, and we do comply with them. And if we're acting irresponsibly and not acting as we should under the law, there's plenty of regulators out there that would have called us on it. But that's not the way Vulcan does business. Vulcan is there to do it the right way, and it has done it the right way. Let me mention a couple of these. I would like to point out that under Section 4.50 that deals specifically with mining and mineral extraction, it has a list of requirements that have to be addressed in our submittal that we've submitted that explains how we're going to operate this property. Every one of those requirements talk about future conduct, what we're going to do in the future with respect to this particular area that we're asking for the permit for. We have affirmed in our filing that we agree to abide by these things. That's all in our submittal. Our submittal is part of the record. It is our promise that this is the way we're going to do business. That's what most of what's in 4.5 is simply things that we agree to do or not do in the future. We've agreed to all those things in the writing. That's why the Planning Commission staff looked at our plan and 2 times, not once, but we have 2 staff reports from the Planning Commission recommending approval of the plan subject to certain conditions which we agreed to. They went through in their staff report, a copy of which I submitted with my materials last week that you all have, the use on review report. The staff of the Planning Commission went through and outlined each one of the requirements and explained why our submittal met the requirements. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve based on those conditions. They added a condition, that one about no more than 6 blasts a month, and we agreed to that. So I want to address one last thing, and then I'm going to sit down. 4.50 incorporates 4.10 as part of the requirements. One of the requirements is 4.10.15. The use is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of these zoning regulations. I submit to you that the zoning regulations that create uses permitted on review, which are known to be unusual for the area in which they might be situated, it encourages the incorporation and integration of these uses in the surrounding area. That's what the zoning ordinance requires. It requires that we've got to have these use on review situations. So let's do the best we can to integrate them. Let's do the best we can to reduce the impacts on the property around. That's what we've been spending 2 months trying to do, is improve and reduce the impacts that might affect the surrounding property owners. Well, that's why we have kept changing and improving from the standpoint of the opposition all of the points in our plan. That's why we've expanded the separation. That's why we've put all these other protections in that we've put in. And I guess the final thing I would say is supposed to be compatible with the character of the neighborhood where it is proposed. Well, what is the neighborhood? There's a pretty big quarry sitting out there that's been there since 1960. That's part of the neighborhood. All we're asking to do is extend what has been there since whenever it started. I don't remember. It's way back, about the time I was born, I guess. But it's been there, and it's part of the community, and there's some housing out there, there's some residential out there, but this one big subdivision that got put in after 2009 by Ball Homes, which is where a lot of the opposition is. Well, that's not the neighborhood. That's part of the neighborhood. But I submit to you that the neighborhood really has to do with the big Vulcan quarry that's been there, that served this community for all these years. So that's part of the community, just as the next door neighbor that has a barn and runs their cows or lives there. The area will not significantly injure the value of the adjacent properties by noise, lights, fumes, odors, vibration, traffic congestion, and other impacts. Well, as I said, we have all these regulatory bodies regulating us. Knox County regulates the dust. They come out and measure every time or they have been lately, every time we blast, they come and regulate. I would submit that the values have not been significantly affected out there. The quarry's been there forever. The houses have been built. I don't think there's no evidence in the record that anybody has lost any value to their property as a result of this being there. It appears to me, as you drive around out there, new areas are being built all the time. So you don't have decreasing property values. At the same time, you have new development going in. And as they already noted, Ball Homes is getting ready to build a 95-house subdivision just next door to Hickory Meadows that has already been approved and is getting ready to be developed. So, and I believe they bought that land for about $8.3 million. So if you have questions for me, I stand ready to answer whatever you have, or have one of the Vulcan people who knows more than I do about mining answer it.
Thank you,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. All right. So, Mr. Irwin, you were going to speak?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to be you or Mr. Kirkpatrick. So.
We're going to keep in our road lane, so to speak, so I'm going to do a few minutes, then Mr. Kirkpatrick. That way I don't try to restate his arguments poorly.
Okay. Perfect.
I guess one thing I want to say, I guess this is my catch line, mitigation is not compatibility. Mitigation is not compatibility. We talk about harmony. Nothing screams harmony like massive berms. This is blasting by a suburban neighborhood. They're talking about 25 acres. The neighborhood in question right beside it is over 100 homes. And I looked them up at Zillow. Some of them are $400,000 to $500,000. You're looking at millions of dollars of homes that are going to be dealing with the effects of the blasting and the shaking for 25 acres. That's the exchange rate here, basically sacrifice. And part of Vulcan's argument is, well, in the future, we won't have a problem with the vibration in the future. But what that tells you is, don't believe the people that are telling you now it's shaking our homes. They must, don't believe them. They're telling you with the dust problem, there was literal video that I believe was submitted showing dust raining upon the community, and they went up and showed it coming off Vulcan property. That's why the dust people are out there now. It's not that they're simply decided for some reason to come out. There is an existing problem. You have over 1,000 people in that community that have signed a petition, that have said there's a problem right now. And Vulcan's coming to you and saying, oh, well, we're going to blast closer and it'll be okay, even though there's this existing problem. Mitigation is not compatibility. And the existing quarry is not the question today. What the property was like, the harmony and compatibility back in the 60s, is not the question before you today. There are suburban homes. There is a suburb right next to where they want to blast and use explosives. He just brought up an excellent point. There's going to be another suburban neighborhood that's popping up in this. This is going to be a problem for decades. And as far as impacting housing values, again, common sense did not leave the door when we walked in here. Any one of you, if you had somebody blasting closer to your homes, could you say or represent to a potential buyer with a straight face, oh, this doesn't impact the value? Sure, sometimes it shakes our homes. Sometimes we have dust raining upon us. I sat in the CARE meeting. I listened to the members of the community go around, and every one of them said the same thing. This is shaky. This shook my home. One guy was working under his car. They thought it was an earthquake. The windows are shaking. But it's not going to affect the property values of this neighborhood. Common sense did not leave the door when we walked in here, ladies and gentlemen. You can look at your own experience, your own neighborhoods. Ask yourself, if I had a quarry blasting, putting up these huge berms next to my house, could you make a straight-face argument? That's not going to impact the values of this home. We keep coming back. I think the shoals their ship keeps running up against is the use may be appropriate in one location and inappropriate in another location. I think this is the clearest example of that you could possibly have when you're literally talking about explosives shaking houses. And for 25 acres. For 25 acres, over 100 homes, millions of dollars worth of property, suburbs that are coming. And how would you feel if your children were going out to play when the blast happens? And they cite, well, there hasn't been that many blastings. Well, that makes it even more remarkable. You have so many members of the community saying, I felt it. I felt it in my home. I felt it in my bones. I've heard the words, shook my house like a giant shook it. And now they want to get closer. And I don't think you can make a straight-face argument that that's in harmony with a suburban neighborhood. And we're not talking about the 60s, we're looking at the situation today. With that, I would like to give some more time to Dr. Kirkpatrick, because I think he can more eloquently address some of the engineering points, which I, as an attorney, won't do well. Thank you.
Thank you for some extra time here to talk. I'm sorry you're all having to stay this late. I want to start off with a question to really go to the point on this. How does the staff report reconcile not generally compatible statement with the affirmative 4.10.16 finding for east of Graybill acreage? The ordinance is pretty clear that it must be compatible, not generally compatible. Then, how does the approval address 4.10.14, given that the plans for this area is RL and hill protection designation? Because they state may be inconsistent findings under implementation of policy number 2. I understand the Planning Commission did vote unanimously, but they did not have the benefit of having someone explain to them what the actual ordinances are and what the decision was supposed to be made on. In that meeting, it was basically stated, well, we're not the final decision. It's really going to be the commission. So the vote was unanimous. They pushed it onto your responsibility. And that's why we're here today, is to ask for you all to review this very carefully. Look at these statutes. And I can bring the human element to this also. And I agree with the attorney. Mitigation does not mean compatibility. I work very hard on sound cases where cooling towers are putting off vibrations on homes, and we make the arguments the same. Oh, it's below the decibel levels. But that's not measuring the impact of the attenuation of the sound wave on the surface of the home itself. You have to put sensors on the house to measure that vibration. And acoustics and vibration is one of the hardest things because it's a relative measurement. It's based on your human perception. We're putting up stations, yes, we're complying with the law. I know that, I've reviewed the data. I'm not going to dispute that. But I have been home working on a project. I have seen the windows shake, the whole house. I have watched the cats go hide underneath the couch. And then I get a phone call from a neighbor going, was that an earthquake? What just happened? And I go, well, it's between this time of the day and this time of day. It must be a Vulcan blast. Okay? Now, I understand that there have been statements that neighbors have exaggerated the number of blasts. It's true. Vulcan is going by a strict schedule. They do notifications. They are complying with the law. But they are where they're currently at. We're talking about moving it even further into the community. Okay? When these people bought the Ball homes, when you looked on the maps to do your own research, because they were given a notification, said, do your own research, Vulcan is over there. You saw on your own county maps, this whole expansion area is called residential. It wasn't anything on a future planning consideration for a quarry. All you could see is RL, hilltop preservation. But today, we're talking about voting against that plan. I'd like to understand how that reconciles. Also, what happens to the mining approval if Graybill Road design materially changes the buffers and berms and setbacks and drainage and quarries? You're making a vote on a plan that's going to change. And by the way, what is the exact date and revision control plan of operations for this that you're approving tonight? What exactly are you voting on? Because I'm looking at the record, I'm seeing different revisions. It may do this, it may do that. We're not voting on a concise control plan. I mean, the staff, when they approved theirs part for the Planning Commission, they said that, I think it was condition number 8, that a revised complete policy must be developed. Was that submitted? Because I've looked at the record myself, and I can't see that it has been. So where I'm coming from is, this has real impacts. I have lived there since 2003, and I know we go back to 1989 when they bought the property, and that keeps being used as an explanation. Buying and owning property does not remove zoning laws. We put those in place to protect our neighbors from encroaching upon them. And in 1989, they did buy that property. That property had a farm on it, had a house on it. Vulcan removed those structures. They materially changed that land. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It wasn't just a blank slate land of fields. It was a residence. And when you look down Buttermilk Road along that berm, there were residences down that road, down Buttermilk. Each one of them have faded away over time. It has become a dead zone around the berms of the quarry. And now you're wanting to move it even closer, or they are wanting to move it even closer to residences. And my own home, I compromised in 2009. I went to the meetings, I worked on these plans, because I thought back then, you're an engineer, you know how to do mitigation. And I thought mitigation. Now that I'm older and wiser, I started realizing there's much more important. There's real lives affected. It isn't just numbers on a sheet of paper. It's real people. My neighbors here. I'm fighting more for my neighbors. That's why I'm here tonight. You know, I should be working on a railroad project in Kyrgyzstan. That's where I'm supposed to be. But I stayed here because my neighbors asked me to. And that's what we're voting on. All I'm asking you is for you to go through the ordinances. They're there for a reason. This is an important vote. And it astounds me why this is being rushed so quickly. It takes me longer to approve a power plant. Building greenfield power plant. It's why is there such a rush? Is there something political driving it? I don't know. But all I'm asking for is take some time, read the laws that you've put forward, the ordinances. Think about the community. I know this is a hard decision because Vulcan is a good neighbor. They really are. I've lived next to them. They're good company. They do good jobs. But ultimately, the resources do run out. It's just inevitable. What are you going to do after that? Are we going to expand it even further somewhere else? Today is the day to make that decision. And I'm sorry that it's fallen upon you. It's not an easy one. But if the decision goes against us, I can respect it if you follow the process, if you look at the ordinances. Really think hard on this one. That's all we ask. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. All right. I will open up the floor. Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you. I have a very simple question for Vulcan. What do your geologists estimate is the future life of this additional spot that you're?
So the additional 40% of that property would gain us about 15 million tons of reserves, which is equal to about 14 to 15 years, depending on the market.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of questions for a number of different individuals. First, I wanted to ask Mr. Moyers, we are supposed to be making decisions as a judicial body, and this may be opened up to Mr. Hale and Mr. Irwin as well. Where is the sworn evidence to some of these things like dust, vibration? I hear people referring to it. I didn't see like affidavits or anything like that. I didn't see. I looked at the transcript for the planning commission, I didn't see people testifying, okay, this is my experience. I mean, I've heard Dr. Kirkpatrick, he testified, and Mr. Walters testified to that because they're both under oath. Other than them, I see people referencing it and referring to it as though it were a agreed upon fact, but I don't see any actual evidence which we're supposed to consider that has to be under oath. So is there something I'm missing?
No.
Okay.
That is the difficulty of these proceedings. That is why I made that editorial comment earlier about why you should not be doing this. The evidence that is considered by a court, if this case goes up in litigation, is basically, is there material evidence in the record that would support it? You have to determine for yourself whether testimony is material evidence. I would say that standard is not always as precise and as sharp as it would be in a courtroom. So, for example, that we haven't had any objections as to hearsay here or anything like that. So a court is going to look to see whether or not a decision of this body was rational and evidence-based, okay? And I don't think, in my experience, that courts get down in the weeds of whether the evidence that was presented at an administrative hearing is the same as would be required in a court of law. In fact, I know of cases that have said precisely the opposite, that you don't have to, or a court can consider evidence that was presented to an administrative body that would not meet the standards in a court of law. Because again, if this case were to go up on appeal, that is exactly what it is. On a certiorari, it's an appeal. It's not an original action before the court. And so they're going to look at what you were presented and then determine, well, based on what you were presented, could you have reasonably come to this conclusion, okay? If you, as a commissioner and an attorney, are insisting on an evidentiary standard of, sworn testimony, non-hearsay, that's for you to do. Other non-attorneys may not see it that way, which is why those standards are generally relaxed when it goes up on appeal.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hale, do you have any response to that point about evidence or lack thereof in support of community concerns?
There's quite a bit of case law out there, and part of what I put in the material I sent today had to do with some cases that get to that very issue. There has to be substantial evidence to support the decision, or material evidence to support the decision. And if there is not, if somebody says, I'll just say it, my house is vibrating all around me for seconds, when the fact is a blast occurs in a second, and there might be a jolt that somebody feels occasionally, but if there's no evidence of that from a witness who experienced it, there's no evidence of it. And just saying, if you read the case I cited, fears of things that might happen, that's not evidence. And so, however, if you rule in approving, what the court's going to look at when they look at this record is there evidence in the record that supports your decision? They're not going to weigh it. They're not going to, if you decide it, the courts are going to say the local body is the body that makes the decision. And if the local body finds that there's evidence to support an approval, then the court is going to sustain the approval if there's evidence. If there's no evidence, on the other hand, then you can get the opposite result, if you follow what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Irwin, would you like to respond to the point?
Yes. You've heard sworn testimony. Again, this would be an argument for a continuance. We can get you, if you want affidavits, we can get you all the affidavits you want sworn in, but I would submit to the record But you have heard sworn testimony, and also in the record, I believe evidence has been submitted as well. It's there. If you would like, and I understand why you might want even more, given the seriousness of 25 acres impacting hundreds of homes. And if you feel that that would help with your decision, we'll get you all the sworn affidavits that you want. This community, like I said, we have 1,000 people on the petition, and we'll get you, like, we can do the sworn affidavits. So I think that would lend itself to, once again, maybe continuing this if you believe that that would assist all of your decisions.
Okay, thank you. Next question. I was looking at the Knox County future land use, the comprehensive plan, and I'm asking Director Brooks perhaps, or Mr. Moyers, but when I look at this tract, currently it's listed as residential or rural living, and the Vulcan is mining and heavy industry, I think is what the future land use is. Should a plan amendment have been pursued as part of this use on review?
Amy Brooks, Knox County Planning. So yes, you're correct, Commissioner. The property is designated as rural living place type, and the rural living place type is described primarily for single-family residential uses in a rural setting, but it may include agricultural open space and some limited commercial that supports those. Agricultural zoning is considered, that is the actually zone for the property. You could, I don't want to necessarily speak to whether or not it should require a plan amendment, but because it's already zoned agricultural, it's allowed to be considered as part of the use on review process.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the Vulcan representative. Is there a particular reason why you all couldn't go south? Is it I guess I see there's some water there. Is that the reason?
Yeah, so when we were designing a pit, it's all about geometry and kind of how everything will work out. Like, you can't make turns very easily. It just really limits what you can do, and it also creates safety hazards with high wall conditions. The other thing is there's a lot of wetlands that are also around Dixie Lee, and we want to dodge those if we can. Now, TDEC and Corps do allow us to mitigate wetlands, but if we don't have to, we don't want to. It's just, we do care for the environment. And I think you see it if you look at our records, but yeah, so there's a lot of reasons why we can't mine south. We have a whole mine planning group that helps us kind of figure out where best will fit.
Okay, all right. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, to me, looking at it, Vulcan's been here for a long time, and I think the problem started when we approved the subdivision next to this property. So when we're working through our new UDO, we might want to consider what uses and place types and zonings we're putting next to each other. I have a couple in my district that have been problematic, where the problematic use was there first. And we've put residential up next to it, and you have one landowner that is now the minority in the area saying, this is what I have been doing. I have a future use. I just am not doing it now. But my uses within my zone are there, and we put something next to it that is incompatible. And while I do sympathize with the residents next to this property, they were there first. It's just like, when you're, I say this, there's an animal rendering plant in my district, and sometimes it may smell. Sometimes the trucks hauling in material spill something. And now granted, they clean it up. They're good neighbors. They do what they need to get along with the residents, but the residents knew what it smelled like, knew what was there before they moved there. Was it appropriate that we zoned it that way? No. I'm trying to figure out why in the world Ball Home would want to put in a subdivision next to a quarry and then sell really expensive homes. To me, I mean, it's after inflation, because these homes, correct me if I'm wrong, but the homes were built 23, 24, somewhere in there. Very recent. The quarry's been there forever. You had to drive by it to get to the homes and get to the development. And there is another Ball Home subdivision that's connecting to this one. The concept plan's been approved to put an addition. Why are we putting residential next to these uses? Now, it's in my opinion that Vulcan owns the property. It's part of the use. They are heavily regulated, but it's a use that every neighbor around there knew that they were going to have, and it was a potential. In agriculture, that's one of the things that heavily protects that industry. When you have a lot of neighbors show up next door, and you have one neighbor that may complain about the smell or the sights or the sounds or the activity, but then when you have a subdivision of 100 homes moved next door, now you have 400 new neighbors that may complain and have an issue. And when you want to do something else with your property, now you have conflict, and it's coming into question whether you can use your property for what it's been zoned for. So that's my thought on this. I think we got it wrong in the beginning. I don't think the subdivision should have ever been here. And I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we don't make this mistake again. Thank you.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chair Oster. I'm going to say this is one of the hardest decisions I think that has come before us, probably one that I have spent more time worrying that I'm going to make the right decision. I was originally from Loudoun County. I'm not going to say how old I am, but I can tell you since the beginning of my memories, a quarry has been there. And a quarry was a good use and compatible when it decided to go there. The area around it has changed through no fault of Vulcan. Likewise, though, I ask myself, would I want this next to my house? So this is a very, very difficult decision. I will say Vulcan has been there. Vulcan has been a great citizen to Knox County. They paid their taxes, they employ people, and they've generally just been a good neighbor. And I went to the very first meeting that they initiated. They sent letters out to like 300 people that were going to be affected, that they felt were affected by this, and invited them. And I actually attended that meeting. And so they've gone the extra mile. We don't see that typically. We don't see where someone is trying to work with the community, and they have made multiple concessions during this time, extending extending the buffers, agreeing that they are going to post out there and send alerts to the neighbors to let them know when a explosion is going to occur. I guess to address and kind of my thought on this, actually Commissioner Fox had a wonderful question about evidence. So I just simply want to ask one question from a Vulcan representative. In the last 3 years, since, because that's about how long the homes have been there, in the last 3 years, have you received any fines or penalties from any of the organizations that monitor you?
No, and we were nowhere close to any limits that we're held to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very difficult. I do agree that Vulcan has been a very good partner in Knox County, and I applaud you for all your efforts. The challenge I have, as Mr. Moyer said, we're sitting as a judge. Okay, I am an attorney, and I've represented over 1,000 clients, and I'm a trial attorney. And I've never seen a judge ever, if you give a judge a citation, that they have an opportunity to look it up. So, you know, I've been in court since 11:30 this morning, and we've been in these meetings since 12 o'clock today. So I have a real challenge of being able to look at these citations to be fair. So I'm struggling. I can't imagine why it was ever approved that subdivisions over there by the quarry. The quarry was there first, but now you have given these people the ability to live there. So my struggle is that people matter first. So that's my challenge. I think Vulcan has approached it the right way. I would wish that we would be able to have more time to look into this. That's why I supported the motion to put it off to look at it. So that's where my hesitation is, that if we're sitting as judges, that we're supposed to follow the law, that we be able to have the opportunity to look at the law, look at the case law, and examine it. So I'm very perplexed by this. So I would just like to hear what other commissioners have to say. But it's a very difficult decision, because the people in the neighborhood matter too. And I think the neighborhood people that showed up, how many people are here that are in the neighborhood? Thank you for showing up tonight. And I think you all do matter.
I do have a point.
Yes.
It keeps getting said that Vulcan was there first. There's neighbors who can't come here that were there before Vulcan. Okay? They're elderly, they're not able to come to these events to give their testimony. Vulcan was there part of the state for support, and that was the land before Vulcan acquired it, for building the interstate. They acquired it. Now, when we're talking about this expansion, it was a farm that they bought. It's not that the quarry was already there. The quarry's been coming at us.
Okay.
And this body, we made a compromise in 2009. And now it's coming even further. That's what I'm trying to get across. Vulcan was not on this land. It was a meadow.
Okay.
When Ball Homes developed it, they saw on your planning commission information that it was rural. That's what they saw, that the plan for that land that you're talking about, well, as subject today, was supposed to be residential.
Did the neighbors oppose when Vulcan first went in? Did people come down and say, we don't want them to come in?
When Vulcan bought the property, there
Yes.
wasn't, they acquired it from the state back in that time. I looked at the history. Do you all know when you acquired it? What year? It was in 1950, wasn't it?
The originals?
Yeah. The original was right there in the 50s and the 40s around the,
Okay.
yeah.
But when they-
55? 75 is when they
Okay.
acquired the quarry.
But there was houses before there, correct?
Yes, there's houses there before there.
Okay, so when
And-
Vulcan was putting in the quarry, was
Yeah.
there opposition at that time?
I cannot testify to that. I did not look back through old newspapers. I'd have to do that research.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak one more time on this, if we're, giving our opinion on the subject. I agree 100% with Commissioner Thompson. This problem has been created by developing subdivisions in rural parts of the county without due consideration of the future impact of that. And that was a real especially in like 2023 or 2022. And now we're reaping the consequences of not being more prudent about where developments are laid. And but I came in here planning on voting against this, frankly. And since the presentation, I plan on voting for it, approving it, the use on review. One thing I didn't realize was the community need for this resource. And particularly because the county keeps developing all these housing or approving the development of all this housing, well, we got to have more roads to build this. And so it's kind of like created the need in and of itself for an expansion. We got we're behind on roads, as we know. And so, and I did want the community to know that, like Commissioner Thompson said, I regret that I have to make that decision, but in fact, if I'm acting in the capacity of a judicial body, I think I am constrained to grant this use on review, as one person of the judicial body. And sometimes judges have to make hard decisions that somebody's going to come away unhappy. In fact, judges tell a joke. If both sides are mad at me, I probably did a good job, particularly in divorce cases. And I just want to make a finding for the record, so to speak, that I do think that Vulcan is a good neighbor. They've taken many pains to insulate the community to the extent possible from the effects of having it a little bit closer. But if you look at the law on it, they're not even close to what's allowed by the law. And so to me, that's important, that they're not even getting up close to the line. They're staying away as far as they can, with still allowing them to develop that resource. So that's my vote. I'm going to be voting for this use on review.
Commissioner Drent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for a Vulcan representative. I have an email from a Miss McDonald who lives on Pittman Drive, and her concern was that the Graybill reroute would enter into her 100-foot undisturbed buffer, but she said the last proposed route is outside the buffer, and I just wanted to know if anybody could clarify that.
With the original design, we had two options in there for the reroute. That's one thing that will be addressed if we get approval. Next step is go back through the process with the road. So we will do everything we can to stay out of any buffers. It will require, the reason why we did that is it will require some wetlands mitigation in order to stay out of that buffer. And we've been talking to her a little bit, and as a team, is like, what's the best, the worst, the best possibility for everyone, especially her, but also the environment too, because there are wetlands there. We've already have them mapped out, and this basically dodges all the wetlands so that we can hit Pittman properly. But we will go back through and do the full process on the road itself as well to make sure that everyone's good with it.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could I finish answering that question for you? One of the conditions on the approval by the Planning Commission, which would be a condition, hopefully, we would ask that you condition any approval here on the same conditions. One of the conditions is that when the road is finally designed, it will not encroach on the buffers, any of the buffers that are provided for. That's a condition in there. So we're going to have to figure out, in connection with the engineering department, how to route that road so it doesn't cut into the buffers.
Commissioner.
If I may, just to answer Courtney directly, Commissioner Durrett, it is in fact a condition that was put in by the Planning Commission. Commissioner Durrett, in no case shall the minimum width of buffers, setbacks, berms, or landscape screening be reduced to accommodate the Graybill Road alignment. So.
Very briefly, I think that's evidence of the incompleteness of the record. But we keep bringing up judges. And I'm with Commissioner Lee on this. I think we may be neck and neck in terms of trials and have argued in front of the same judges. This is a situation where one of the judges is saying, I have not had an opportunity to adequately review materials that have been submitted to me. Like Commissioner Lee, never in federal court, state court, any of the courts, have I had a judge say that and not say, I need more time. But the judges have the authority to do that. And I think maybe we're treading on dangerous ground when one of the judges is saying, I'm about to make a decision that I have not been able to review adequately the case law. I just wanted to put, in all fairness, I wanted to disclose that because you brought it up, and I think we're on the same page with that. And I think that lends itself further, given the materials and everything, that it would be prudent to have on the record the commissioner be able to say, I have reviewed what's been filed. I have had a chance to review the case law adequately. I think that's important to note. You had your hand up. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To piggyback on what Commissioner Fox had said, and I would like, I guess, to let the record show that Commissioner Hill did not vote to approve this because she never had the opportunity to. This rezoning happened in 2005. Okay, so that's what happens when we rezone something without a plan, and then 20 years later, somebody says, okay, now, it wasn't that it wasn't attempted. There were several attempts to rezone, use and review, concept plans, things like that, but there was one subdivision plan that was submitted, went to Planning Commission, and the houses went in 20 years after it was rezoned. So that's just something to think about with this as we're moving forward with the UDO as well, that we do some forward thinking and don't get ahead of ourselves.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like all of my colleagues have said, I'm really struggling. I first want to thank the community. You all have done an excellent job in highlighting your concerns in a very, I believe, diplomatic way. Having lived in the Hardin Valley community for almost 30 years, created a planning advocacy group as well as a business and community group in that area. I know what a great community partner Vulcan has been too. The CARE group, you all have really demonstrated a great amount of effort, and I want you all to know that we appreciate all of the effort that has gone into highlighting not only the concerns, but addressing the concerns. Everyone has done an exceptional job, and I will tell you, what I have struggled with the most is that this is a use on review. As a legislative body, we make decisions with a rational basis, and this is very different, and it's unique. And when we are instructed to be impartial auditors of facts and laws, that's where it gets hard for us, because I oftentimes reference the statutes that you provided as far as a development aligning in character and form and fitting in with the landscape of a community. I reference it a lot. And this is why it's so hard for me. What I'm struggling with is sworn evidence. Commissioner Fox kind of addressed that, and it was one of my questions too. And I think I asked if there was any active litigation. Do you have any records or reports that show without a doubt damages or adverse impacts or evidence that was submitted to a regulatory agency, to Vulcan, to an attorney, to a physician, to this body? Because I have to say, I was a part of that advocacy group from 2016, and I've never had a resident call me about the issues that you all presented. As on commission for 4 years, the only calls that I've received about blasting has been in association with the new sports complex that is going in on Watt Road. And it was addressed immediately. I immediately called Vulcan and then immediately, called the developer, and it was addressed. And so having been tasked with, we have to have the evidence to support being an impartial auditor, that's the sticking point for me. I want you to know it's not because I don't hear you. I live among you. And so I understand. And so I needed to say that. Again, this is tough, but I want to applaud the amount of effort that this community has put into bringing these forward. And to some of the comments that have been made about the rezoning, and when this concept plan or plat came up, I had several conversations with the developer about the design and trying to mitigate the impact of your subdivision on the existing area. And this was actually a conversation that we had. So there were conversations going on, not in official capacity, but community members raising those concerns and asking those questions. So I just, as a longtime community advocate, I encourage citizens to keep doing that. This was a decision in 2005 that I wish I could change, but we can't. And so this is really tough.
Okay, so we have got, we do not have a motion on the floor. We've done the one motion. So Commissioner Hill, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I appreciate the patience of the commission sitting and listening. Like Commissioner Frazier said, everyone has risen to the cause and done what they felt they could. I want to ask a couple questions, if I could, of Director Snowden, please. Sorry, Guy. We have talked at length about this, and Director Snowden, prior to all this coming up, were you aware in your role as our Director of Engineering complaints or concerns, or is this something, as far as residents around Vulcan go in your years that you've been in your role, has been an issue for you?
Not so much from the engineering department. The health department does manage the air qualities for the dust, so we get, complaints about dump trucks, going on certain roads. But as far as the operation of the quarry itself, we haven't had any concerns or issues with their operation based on complaints we've received.
All right. From your perspective as our Director of Engineering, if this were to pass and this realignment and new building of Graybill Road were to occur, can you tell us what what drawbacks or benefits that would be to us as a county and to the community?
Yeah, I mean, I think just from the pure engineering aspect of it, you know, we have got complaints in the past over the narrowness of Graybill. I mean, it's extremely narrow road. So, I mean, obviously, if this body choose to approve this and move forward with the roadway relocation, you know, we would require that the road would be much wider than that. It would, you know, have shoulders. The intersections on both ends would be improved because both of them now are, or at least especially the one on Buttermilk, is not ideal. Anybody that drives it knows it's pretty steep grade, has a pretty sharp angle on it. So I mean, I think those would be things that that would be a benefit from a purely objective roadway perspective.
Thank you. The notes I've taken, I do note that with this expansion, 60% of the property is still not going to be mined because it's going to be used up with the road, with the buffers, with the landscape barriers. I tell you, I mean, they have been there since 1989. They've owned this acreage for years and years and years, and it wasn't actually put out there totally, but the residents of Hickory Creek, every one of them at their closing signed a document making them aware that they had the quarry owned the land directly behind them, and they still moved forward with their purchase. As far as land value go, I would think if land values were being directly affected, that probably there wouldn't be a plan right next to it for more homes to be built. The builder's probably not going to be expanding and building at a loss. So I'm not real sure the argument of devaluing a home is necessarily accurate in this case either. But with the disclosures that were put out, with the full transparency that Vulcan has brought, I think Commissioner Oster and Frazier, or Russell and myself were the three that attended that very first meeting. And it was, Vulcan could not have laid everything out any more transparently and open than they did about this expansion, which was much appreciated. And the concessions that were given from their original plan, you care people have done a fabulous job in negotiating the kind of gives that Vulcan is actually allowing for this, which honestly, they didn't have to offer any of it, but they have done that in their attempts, I believe, to try to be a good neighbor. I actually, as Commissioner Frazier had shared, was not really aware that Vulcan had not been a good neighbor. In fact, I had, again, the only complaints I'd ever gotten in the area were a few down at the Watt Road blasting for a totally different operation. And as soon as this meeting was held several months ago, I have to say, suddenly they went from a good neighbor to a bad neighbor. I never heard anything about issues, and I'm not saying anyone's not being truthful, but that just was not something, as a commissioner, that was ever even brought to my attention. Issues with building shaking and the dust and all. So I don't really know what to make all of that. As far as the comments about we shouldn't have zoned the fall homes as we did, I'm not really sure what we do about that, because at some point in time, there's going to be a line where zoning is going to change at some point. So and I will admit this is an extreme, being a quarry among, instead of something else, but the buffers that were built in and required by law were already there, and Vulcan Materials has already well exceeded any minimum requirements. So, having said all that, before I make a motion, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to have a brief recess. I need to confer with our legal 15 minutes
15.
to make sure that I get the wording on this motion as it needs to be to cover what we've been asked to do.
Yes.
If I have your permission, please.
Yes. All right, we will take a 15-minute recess and be back here at 7:35. All right, we are back in session, and I believe the floor is still Commissioner Hill's.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill, could I ask one question before you make your motion?
Certainly.
If I could ask Vulcan about a blast report that was done in June of 2026. Are you familiar with that blast report, sir? Mr. Hale? The blast observation, the bottom line says, based on the observation of activity, a potential for a violation is present, and SO will be performing EPA method testing 9 during the subsequent quarry shots. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, we are aware that the
Okay.
inspector had made that statement.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that?
There was no violation given.
No violation, okay.
And
Is
we
there
will-
anything in your record to show that no violation was given?
No, generally, we don't have a record unless a violation's given. That's the only time there will be anything in record.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And you did state earlier that you guys had you had nothing on your record.
No, for many,
You
many
have no
years.
blemishes anywhere. Okay.
We hardly even have safety, like citations, like this is a very
I
well-run.
thought I heard you say that, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to verify. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Hill, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Based on the facts and statements contained in the application for use on review, the plan of operations, the exhibits, as well as the actions of Vulcan incorporating into its plans protections for surrounding property owners that exceed requirements of Knox County zoning ordinance. Also based on statements made by Vulcan representatives in this proceedings, as well as statements made by other commissioners in support of this application and the totality of the record of evidence before this commission, I find that the requirements of the Knox County zoning ordinance regulating use on review applications and the conduct of the mining and mineral extraction have been met. For these reasons, I move this body to approve the application for use on review submitted by Vulcan Lands, subject to 10 conditions listed on 31-2 of Knox Planning Staff Use Review Report of August 6th, and subject to 10 conditions on Attachment 2 of the Vulcan Use of Review application, and subject to the modification to reduce Dixie Lee blasting to more than 6 occurrences in any calendar month, no more than 6 each month, and Vulcan will be required to realign Graybill Road from Pittman Drive to Buttermilk Road. As part of this realignment, Vulcan shall pay for all costs associated with the work, including design, right-of-way, dedications, construction, and construction inspections. The relocated portion shall also be widened to meet the current standards and include the intersection improvements at both Pittman and Buttermilk as approved by Knox County Engineering and Public Works.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill, do you mind to hit your motion button? Thank you. All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, and we have a second by Commissioner Jackson. And if you will open voting, please. You may change your vote and close voting. And that passed 10-1. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 5, 7C26RZ, request of Landmark Engineers and Surveyors LLC for rezoning from A agricultural to RB general residential, property located at 7843 Old Clinton Pike, parcel ID 055MA018, partial in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Yep, we're turned on, so if you'll give me your name and county of residence.
Yeah, my name's Craig Stewart, Knox County.
Okay.
Powell, Tennessee.
Thank you. Have anyone signed up in opposition? So Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RB General Residential Zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your project?
Right now, I'm just planning on building 3 additional homes there.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious why you why you're pursuing residential or RB zoning versus some other zoning specific to low-density residential building.
Because I wouldn't want to be restricted by what I could do with my property.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I'll turn it over to District Commissioner Lee.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the general residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, if you'll just hit your motion button. All right, and then do we have a second? We've got a second by Commissioner Durrett. Commissioner Fox, do you still have a question?
No,
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks, was there any other zone considered for this? Because RB has been problematic in the past with its broad generality of what residential what it would allow.
Not that I'm aware of. When you look at the zoning map, you'll see this. Well, for one, this item was passed on consent at Planning Commission, so it wasn't. They didn't discuss any other zones.
Okay.
It is surrounded on 2 sides by RB, and then on 1 side by CA, the General Commercial Zone.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, now open voting, please. All right, you may change your vote and close voting. And that passed 11-0. Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, next item, please.
Item number 6, 7H26RZ, request of Ned Ferguson for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 8322 Collier Road, parcel ID 046-15001 in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson?
Ralph Smith, Knox County.
Okay.
I work for Mr. Ferguson.
Okay, all right. We don't have anyone signed up in opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
All right, thank you. Would you like to speak to your project? What you guys are wanting to do?
Well, we just need to rezone so we can have 2 lots less than an acre each and go out of agriculture into RA, or excuse me,
Okay.
all one.
All right, do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll turn this over to District Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion to approve the low-density residential zone because it's consistent with Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Perfect. Just hit your motion button for me. There we go. And do we have a second? We got a second by Commissioner Jay. Any open voting, please? All right, you may change your vote. Commissioner Frazier.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And that passed 11-0. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 7, 5L26RZ, request of Parker Fagans for rezoning from CA General Business and A Agricultural to CR Rural Commercial, property located at 0 and 7801 Strawberry Plains Pike, parcel ID 062-05402-05405 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, good to see y'all again. How
Good
we
to
doing?
see you. Just step up to the mic so we can hear you. There we go. And
Yes, ma'am.
your name and county of residence?
Parker Fegans, Knox County.
Perfect. And we don't have anyone signed up in opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CR Rural Commercial Zone because it's consistent with adopted plan, subject to 2 conditions.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your project?
It's the same project it was last month. We're just building flex space for small businesses in Strawberry Plains.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will turn it over to District Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After speaking with Director Brooks and Director Snowden, I think you all have spoken and come to agreement that the access to Wooddale Road does need to be closed. It was permitted, but it's not in the correct location of what it was permitted. So I would make a recommendation to approve this rezoning per the 2 conditions.
Okay, there you go. And do we have a second? We got a second by Commissioner Jay, and open voting, please. And change your vote. And voting is closed. That passed unanimously. Best of luck with your project.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Next item, please.
Item number 8, 7E26RZ, request of Reese Valeriano for rezoning from CA General Business and A Agricultural to PR Planned Residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre, property located at 0 Andrew Johnson Highway and 0 Sherrod Road, parcel ID 062-097-063-04904-04908 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello,
You know what to do.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street here for the applicant.
Okay. We do have opposition, so Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Planned Residential Zone up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the adopted plan, subject to the 2 conditions.
Mr. Mullins?
Thank you. This is about 28 acres off of Andrew Johnson Highway. It does have access to Sherrod Drive, but one of the conditions you'll see is that the access only be on AJ Highway, not access Sherrod Drive. It's currently split zoned right now. There's about 400 feet along the frontage that's currently zoned CA. The back portion of it is zoned ag. This is in the traditional neighborhood place type under our plan. That place type would allow considerations for up to 24 dwelling units an acre. That existing commercial frontage would allow up to 12 units an acre by right and up to 24 units an acre on a use on review. Our request is to change the zoning for the entire acreage to planned residential at 5 dwelling units an acre. The applicant has had multiple meetings with the neighbors. Staff initially, we asked for 12 units an acre. Initially, staff was in favor of that, recommended approval. During the Planning Commission meeting, we reduced it to 6 units an acre, had another meeting with the neighborhood. They've asked for 5. We can't make 5 work, or 4. We can't make 4 work, but 5 would be an appropriate compromise on that property, we believe. It'd allow single-family detached dwellings there. The 2 conditions, of course, not accessing Sharon Drive. I know there's concerns about that access. Also, if you look at the place type, there's quite a bit of it that is along Lions Creek that can't be developed on, and that is going to be a dedicated open space. It'd be a good amenity for the community and help protect that environmentally sensitive area. And the PR would allow us then to move our development away from those areas. So those are, that's the application. That's what we're asking to do. I know I've talked to Commissioner Thompson about this. There is some stormwater and buffering concerns, especially I think down on the south eastern portion of that. We'll have to comply with the stormwater regulations, but we are willing to do a type C buffer at that location and maybe a swell or whatever else that the stormwater may require to address the stormwater concerns in that area. That's kind of a flat spot. I don't know if we'll be able to address the concerns they currently have because it looks like, just looking at the topography, it may be a bathtub on their property anyway, but we can certainly make it where we're not causing any additional water to go in their direction. Happy to answer any questions, like to hear what the opposition may have and address that if I could. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Douglas Irwin. Hello, Mr. Irwin. If you'll just give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes.
Douglas Irwin, Knoxville, Tennessee. This property is right beside mine. So we're not against development, but 150 homes is a whole lot to put in a community. So what does that do to the community when we do that? And do we know how many houses in the last 3 years we've put in Carter community? Do we know that? Nobody knows what we've rezoned Carter for. So we don't know what we're doing to the community, and I would like to know what we're doing to the community as we move forward, because a lot of people are wanting to come here because we keep letting them grow. So let's not destroy it. I think we should look at everything like we just looked at that one. I mean, it's important that we don't destroy the communities, and then everybody, you're putting 150 people in there that's going to start calling you and saying, hey, we don't got no roads. Well, nobody's going to fix the roads because we're trying to do that now, and they're not. They just say, oh, we're not fixing them. So we're not going to fix them. So how many do we have to make that happen? And the drainage is, I guess he discussed how to fix that. So if we're fixing that, that's good, because otherwise you're flooding the houses and backing that creek up. When you back the creek up, there's houses on Zesta that you're going to start putting that creek into. As you put concrete in houses on this hillside, you're putting a lot of water in that creek a whole lot quicker. So I'm not an engineer. I don't know how that works, but something to look at. And I would like to see, so at my driveway, there is a cul-de-sac, I call it. I don't know what you call it, where you turn around at. As a kid, if I lived in that subdivision, I'm coming across that driveway and going to school. I don't know what they're going to do, but I would like to see some kind of conditions put up to where you just make that a dirt wall and then put trees on it. That way the lights aren't shining on our houses over in that subdivision. We're not looking at that we're separating that from our existing homes. If you're putting 150 houses somewhere, that's a lot to put in somewhere. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. Mr. Mullins. Commissioner Jay?
Yeah, just briefly, I appreciate the concerns. I mean, we've talked about the stormwater, we've talked about doing some buffering there, especially type C buffering along the border of those homes at that location. You know, there's an argument with this being the traditional neighborhood place type that there should be more density at this location, and what we're willing to do after meeting with the neighbors is do less than even what our plans call for. So I think if we follow the rules, you know, I know Director Snowden is a stickler for making sure we follow the rules. And if there's any complaints, they can call Commissioner Thompson, and he can call me, and I can get a hold of the developers, and we can make sure we get anything corrected real quickly. So I think this makes a lot of sense at this location. It's very different than the one that was denied just a little further on Kitts Road. That was in this mixed-use town center type thing. I think they're totally different considerations. this is a little further east on access only on Andrew Johnson Highway. We should be able to address all of the concerns of the neighborhoods through this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you on Sherrod?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're on Sherrod Drive at the end of Sherrod Drive?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And Mr. Mullins, did you say that the landscaping buffer would be on, I think it's that southeast side along the Sherrod Drive area?
Where's the driveway at? This is shared right here.
It's shared right here.
This is the property. So this is the acre that's not, so my house is right across the street. So this is the driveway right here, right? Yeah, my house is,
That's our property.
okay, so my house, well,
We're trying to figure out where his property is on the map, Commissioner.
No problem, take your time.
so where's the turnaround at? So
there's
this is right beside my house. This property right here is right beside my house, so right here. Yeah, so that's right beside my house. So this is our driveway right here.
Yeah, okay, that long
Yeah,
flag
yeah,
lot
yes,
there, and so
yes.
this is your house right here.
No, right here. It's not shown. So look here, put it right here.
That's on our property, sir.
Okay, well then, I'm right here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's the driveway.
Okay, yeah, that's the, that's the
Yes,
area, that's
yes.
the area we're talking about where there's been
Yes.
some concerns that.
Okay, so that will have the landscaping buffer.
Yes, on
Okay.
that south.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah, in the planning that I seen where they're putting houses, they're putting a turnaround right there. So when you come in the subdivision, it's gonna be a turnaround. Well, as kids, a concern of mine is the school's just right behind us, so.
I don't care how many rules and conditions. I don't care how many
if you
fences
build-
and how many buffers.
They're gonna
You're
have dirt. If you
kids
just
are
put
gonna
some
be
dirt up
kids
there and plant some
uh,
trees on it, they're not gonna climb the hill and go through the trees.
No,
So that's all I'm asking.
Make them some lemonade. It's going to be your neighbor, so thank you.
Thank you. Are you done, Commissioner Jay? Perfect. All right, seeing no further discussion, I will turn it over to Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Mr. Mullins and I have had numerous conversations about this along with Mr. Irwin. And I think we've gotten into a decent place. A couple months ago when Pleasant Hill showed up and they were asking for 12 units an acre in the town center place type, they were asking for 12 units an acre because that, based on the plan, was what fit supposedly in a town center place type, and staff did not recommend a lower density, but the community said if they had something 3 to 4 units an acre, they could deal with it. Well, now we're in a situation where we have something where it is more appropriate because the community said overall they're not against growth, they know growth's coming, but they want it in appropriate locations. And oftentimes when we get pushback from the community, oftentimes the schools are brought up. And so I reached out to KCS and I said, give me some schools and their current programmatic, what they call their programmatic capacity and what their actual capacity is. And we looked at Carter Elementary, and currently they're at 76% capacity, right? So they're 3/4 of the way there, but we know, and there's other elementary schools closer in towards Knoxville, but we know that at 76%, if we've approved over 1,000 homes in the area, that 76% only lasts for so long before we're on the bubble. And that should hit in about 2, maybe 3 years, depending on how quickly these homes go up. But as of right now, they're at 76%. And the community overall, as Mr. Irwin said, you don't like it, but it is on AJ Highway. And so we want to make sure that if it's going to be approved, we want to make sure that we're respectful of the neighbors and the ones that are already there. And I think that Mr. Mullins and Mr. Irwin came to an idea of what that would look like. Because right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Irwin, you're looking at a wall of trees.
Half of it, and then the rest of it, yeah, I've got
Okay. And so what I'd like to do on conditioning that side, because obviously along Lions Creek, that will be in the common area. And after speaking with planning staff and engineering, instead of a berm, which would be a wall of dirt, and it may be topsoil, it may be subsoil, red clay dirt that wouldn't grow anything. We have a 35-foot non-disturb buffer, which would keep the existing trees, but then have that 35-foot buffer added as the common area. Because once, the problem is if we just put it as a non-disturb buffer, then once those lots are sold, then they're platted and they're owned. And then it's very difficult to tell that new homeowner, no, you can't you can't cut down the trees in your backyard because you don't want them there, and now that buffer is gone. And so I'm gonna propose that we have a 35-foot non-disturb buffer that's part of the common area along Sherrod Drive, but then also along the western border edge of the property. Correct, yeah, it would be along that easement that's there. So on the western edge of the property, it'd be a 35-foot non-disturb buffer, and that buffer would be added to the common area, just like the common area along Lions Creek. So I would like to make that motion.
All right. We've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We've got a second by Commissioner Commissioner Hill.
Commissioner Thompson, I notice there's two conditions with this, and the second one is provide dedication for preserved open space as a common area along Lions Creek. Is that the area that you're already referring to?
Right, so that's already a condition in there. So that along Lions Creek, because it's also in the flood zone. And so,
Okay.
so that condition would leave that as an open space. That's not what we're talking about here.
I'm sorry, so what was the other area again?
It's
Of
along
where the homeowner is?
Correct, it's along the western edge of the property.
Gotcha.
Where you have the existing neighbors. So you have the creek on one side, and then you
see.
have the existing neighbors on the other.
I got you.
And so for privacy and a visual buffer between the new residents and the existing residents, 35-foot buffer of existing trees makes a lot more sense than taking them out and putting them back in 25, 30 years, you actually have a mature growth back, so.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes,
I
sir.
had a
Yes,
question
sir.
about that, because I understand exactly what your condition is and the reason
Sure.
for that, because once it's on somebody's lot, it's hard to stop them from tearing it down. The concern about that is if you make that common space and you have 35 foot, then your setback for your building is actually 15 to 35 foot off of that common area. And so you're moving the house potentially, you back 70 feet from the property line, which really constricts things. I'm wondering if we could, instead of doing that in common area, deed restrict it for a 35-foot non-disturbance on that, so we wouldn't have that double setback issue to still accomplish the same thing. And something you and I haven't spoken about before right now, and so I hate doing something like that from the podium, but I want to make sure, we're not creating like essentially a 70-foot setback when the ordinance would allow a 35-foot setback, if that makes sense.
Correct. Director Brooks, is there a way of wording it to where we're not requiring them to have an additional setback from that buffer?
Yes, that's what Director Stone and I were just talking about, to do a 0-foot building setback from that non-disturb buffer.
Okay. Would
that?
I mean, that would, I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin, you want to say?
I'm not sure how far, so there's like probably 10 foot right there that's not trees, and then you go to trees. So that's what I'm kind of wondering, if we don't have a little bit more than 35-foot buffer. I mean, I don't know. Surely we can go another little bit right there on 150 homes. I mean, yeah, it's not very far, when you're talking 35 foot, that's not very far, I mean, well, yeah, but you got 10 foot of that's gone, so you're not, you know what I mean? Yeah,
You're not going to be able to control kids going places. I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm okay with the kids going. I'm talking about driving over the the road. But anyway, it's I don't know. I think we need a little bit more than 35 foot right there to get that, because if you go right up to the tree line, the way those trees are, and cut that out at 35 foot from property line, you're gonna have real thin trees. You're not really accomplishing much by putting, by.
Now, where are you getting the 10 foot that's missing?
So from the easement, then the trees are 10 foot back. So they used to mow that little strip right there. Are you talking about just putting trees in that too? So just plant some trees in that 10 foot right there too? Right here, this patch of trees right here.
Yeah.
So see that gap that's in here? So I mean, when you're talking about 30 foot, you're talking
Well,
about,
that was where we talked about doing
yeah,
a landscape buffer. right?
yes.
Director Snowden?
yes,
Because
right.
there's nothing there right now.
Right.
And that 10
And
feet he's talking
saying
about,
leave these
can they
trees here,
go in and plant
'cause
trees
He's talking about
in
these
that 10
trees
feet?
right here.
No. Those, we could take that.
That's on, that would be on the outside of the property. Inside the property line, but outside of the trees.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I heard the question, I'm sorry.
In the 10 foot that he's referring to, it's actually on the outside of the trees, but inside the property line. Can they go in and plant more trees?
Yeah, he's talking
Yeah, if you could, it looks like, I see what
because these trees.
Mr. Irwin's talking about. There's a clump of trees about 40 feet from the property line, I guess, east. So the 35 foot that we're talking about, at least along, adjacent to that right-of-way that goes up there is really dormant. There's no vegetation there. So if we wanted to do something as far as buffering, we'd have to create a new buffer through that property, or that western property line, because there really isn't any existing mature trees in that area.
Yeah, that's where I thought we talked about doing a type C buffer along that property line where there's not the existing vegetation.
Right.
There, but that little enclave of trees there, I mean, that's we're going to need to be able to do. That's beyond the 35-foot common area that you're talking
That's
about.
inside the 35.
That's inside
That's
the 35
inside the
foot.
35 foot. So that would be fair game if you want to, if we could do that type C buffer
Yeah, type C buffer.
In that barrier area.
Either the existing vegetation or that one spot there along, that's the way we talked about along the southeast corner, that type C buffer.
Correct, because if I'm not, Director Brooks, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, even in a type C buffer, you can have vegetation that reaches 25 feet tall in a type C.
Yes, there's no restriction on the height, yes.
Gotcha, okay. Well, I was thinking of wanting more height instead of restricting height, since it's open space.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway.
typically what we
Yeah.
do is like we did with Briar Glen and Commissioner Oster's district, like Arbor Giant,
Green Giants.
Great, yeah, we do those along that line. So what
They
we've
love those.
typically done, they grow pretty
Yeah.
fast and fill in pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good with the 35 foot with a 0 setback?
If you all condition it a 0-foot setback, I mean, it'll be an HOA issue for maintaining that if you're making it common area. And somebody might want to have a fenced backyard that if the fences could go into the common area, something to have to work out. We'd have to work out that with the HOA.
Sure.
It presents some challenges, but I think it's something we can overcome.
Okay. Then let me alter my amendment. I'm sorry. Normally I have these typed up ahead of time. But I'd like the amendment to read that we have a 35-foot, it's 5 dwelling units an acre, PR at 5, with a 35-foot non-disturbed buffer dedicated to common area with a type C buffer, or with either existing or a type C buffer where there is no current vegetation.
And that's just along the eastern and southern boundary line? I mean, we're not doing the area along AJ or where the creek is.
Correct, because you said the creek was going to stay common area anyway, so.
That's one of the conditions, is that
Yeah.
there's a dedicated conservation area around the creek.
Correct, and that's not touching AJ Highway. That's just
That's
along.
correct.
Yeah.
Director Snowden, did you have
Yeah, one thing, to Ben's point and our concern, to make sure that we get that buffer and not harm the home construction, we may want to add a comment about, a reduced setback on that rear lot. And I mean, maybe 5 feet, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's whatever Ben would think appropriate, but I think certainly a reduced setback there would be appropriate.
Okay, so you're thinking instead of a 0 setback, a 5-foot setback? I mean,
Yeah, I think 5, just to give a little bit of wiggle room there, but that way it gives the developer a little bit of flexibility, but yet still preserves the buffer and the intent of protecting the adjacent neighbor.
okay. Okay, 5 instead of 0. You good?
Can you speak into the mic?
Yeah, she's got to make sure she's got it right.
I thought she was reading.
With a 5-foot setback. The lot setback.
Okay. The motion that I have now is planned residential at 5 dwelling units per acre with a 35-foot non-disturbed buffer dedicated to a common area with the existing or type C buffer along with a 5-foot setback. Is that correct? 5-foot lot setback?
Correct.
Okay.
And can we just clarify along the south eastern property line? That way it's in the record, otherwise we'll be looking back at what we agreed to, and whether there's a question, it would be somewhere else. It just has to be in the motion.
Okay, so a 5-foot lot setback along the southeastern property line.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not directionally challenged, but is that not the western?
Southwestern, you are correct.
Southwestern.
You are
I'm like-
right, I am wrong.
I mean, right is east, left is west.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're correct.
Okay.
Not trying to make it harder.
Eastern.
Is
boundary.
the second
I'm
okay
sorry,
with
western
that?
boundary, yeah. Yes, including the 2 existing conditions.
Is the
Second.
second okay with that? Okay. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Thompson, you did not mention the 2 current conditions. Were you
Yeah.
also wanting?
Yes,
to
I
keep
did
it-
mention,
Okay.
yeah.
I
We
just
were
want to
right in
make sure that those were included. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. We got a motion on the floor and a second. Open voting, please.
Yes.
You may change your vote. And voting is closed, and that passed 10-1. Thank you. Best of luck with your project.
I appreciate you guys a lot. And Adam, that's not very far from Valley Protein.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. All right, number 9 is being deferred, and that was emailed to 2 people that were signed up to speak. But if they have sat here this long, I want to make sure they're not in the audience and they want to speak. Catherine Atkins or Alexandra Atkins?
Alexandra.
Okay, looks like they got the email. All right. Who? Oh.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to speak. I was just
Well,
here for my
if you
community.
drove down here and you've sat here this long, you're going to speak. If you'll pull the mic down just a smidge for me, all I need is your name and county of residence. Know that this has been deferred for 30 days.
It has
okay?
been.
All right, yeah.
Catherine Atkins, Knox County. The property that we're speaking about it's not a good property to rezone. It is right in the middle of single-family homes and farms, and many of those families are 3rd and 4th generation families. This property has so many problems on it that there was a reason it was set aside by the Comprehensive Land Plan, because it has a 150-foot easement underneath a TVA high-tension line. It's hillside protected, it's wetland protected. There is a creek on the front with a wetland, a creek on the back that there's a spring that enters into it. It's environmentally very sensitive to the wildlife in the area, and they have depended on the waters for a long time. But now that there's so many developments in our neighborhood, it's even more important than it ever was to preserve these natural areas, especially this one. It has a cemetery that goes back to the 1800s on one side, and it has a lot of historical significance through there because it ties into Carter Mill. We do not feel like it ever should have been passed by the Planning Commission. The first question that was asked was that it shall be necessary because of changing conditions in the area. And they gave two reasons for that. One was the opening of Carter Elementary School, and the second one was because of properties transitioning to other zones. Carter Elementary School was built 13 years ago, and I've lived there for 50 years, and not one property around that has transitioned into anything. We do not feel like this is a good place to put a subdivision. Under the comprehensive land plan, this was set aside because of all the land problems that was on it. It is wrong to drop a subdivision in an old rural country neighborhood like this. The infrastructure's not there to support it. We have one food city, and they cannot keep the food stocked on the shelves for us. This is a minor arterial road, and the traffic backs up when it's get-off time to pick up your kids. And if there's any kind of traffic problems at all, it comes to a complete stop. Like I said, there's a wetland in the front of this property and a creek. And we're concerned because if you stand right in front of that property and look up the hill, it's a big old hill. It'll wind you walking up that hill. And we're concerned about the land disturbance. We've all got well water. Every property around this property has well water. We don't have access to anything else. It's very important that we protect that for us and for the wildlife in the area. This is a bad plan. This should never, ever have been approved what it is. It is coming under a place type that was to preserve 50% of the property. Well, the truth is 50% of the property can't be used. There's a 150-foot TVA high-tension line running right through it. We've got the creek setbacks on the front and the back, and the back creek comes down off a big hill. So there's even going to be a bigger setback there. This land lays bad. That's what I wanted to tell you. I'll be back to tell you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. All right, so we are now on to number 10.
Item number 10, 7M26RZ, is a request of David and Brenda Simmons for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre, property located at 6700 Roberts Road, parcel ID 022-006-00511-005 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mullins.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant and property owners, David and Brenda Simmons.
All right, we do have two signed up to speak in opposition. Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR plan residential zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the adopted plan, subject to the 2 conditions.
Okay. Mr. Mullins?
Yes, and I do have Brenda Simmons here. She would like to address commission as well. Unfortunately, her husband David can't be here. He's in the hospital right now. Then that brings us to the reason why they are making this request. They wanted to ask for the PR at 2 dwelling units an acre on their 90-acre property. to preserve their property values in the future. It's not under contract. I'm sure there's lots of people that would like to purchase this property. There's lots of changing conditions in Roberts Road. It has been developing pretty consistently. If you look at just the zoning map, there is 2 units an acre that is to its, and I'll get this one right, Commissioner Jay, to its southwest. To its south, there's up to 4 units an acre, and there's also 3 units an acre below that. Staff recommended this rezoning of 2 dwelling units an acre with 2 conditions. Developments must be set back a minimum of 50 feet on each side from Roberts Road to preserve that rural character as you're moving through Roberts Road. And then there'll be a traffic impact study, which that's a pretty common condition. Planning staff noted the changing conditions being the additional rezonings in the property, its proximity in Washington Pike, as well as a capital improvement project to realign Roberts Road there at Washington Pike. That's already been adopted as part of the fiscal year 2027 capital improvement budget. This is in the rural area of the growth policy plan. Before 2024, the rural area of the growth policy plan allowed considerations for up to 3 dwelling units an acre if there is sewer, which there is here. That was changed and reduced to the maximum density that would be considered to 2 dwelling units an acre if it's on a road that's greater than 18 feet and had sewer capacity, which satisfies both these conditions. Per staff's report, Roberts Road is a major collector road with a pavement width of 19 feet within a right-of-way that varies between 50 and 74 feet. The 2 dwelling units an acre, I think, is appropriate at this location. There's been quite a lot of talk about farmland and the ability to farm. Rezoning this does not change its ability to be a farm in the future. If someone wanted to purchase it for a farm, they absolutely could, and it could be farmed. The zoning does not and cannot change that. But it would protect their property values because there's a lot of uncertainty as to what may occur as we go through this UDO process, which frankly none of us know what that's going to look like in the future right now. I understand there's a lot of people who are concerned about this. I think, though, the best thing I can do, I have not had a chance to look at what Mr. Murphy passed out, but is let Ms. Simmons address the commission because she had some things that she definitely wanted to let you guys know about her property. So
Thank you.
If I could do that.
Ms. Simmons?
Hello, I am Brenda Simmons, and I do appreciate the commission's time and appreciate your consideration of this. I am here representing my husband and myself. My husband could not be here tonight. He is in the hospital battling stomach cancer and very ill. So I appreciate your consideration of that. I do want to say the property, we love the property. It is not prime farmland, I can tell you that. My husband's had the property all of his life. It is not prime farmland. And just wanted to make that clear because I know that's been talked about. And also I would like to, again, appreciate you all for your time and consideration of this request.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband.
Thank you.
All right. The first speaker is Kevin Murphy. Mr. Murphy, if you'll give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Murphy, Knox County. Tennessee is 3rd in the nation for rate of farmland loss. If Governor Lee was standing here, he'd tell you that that was a priority for his administration. The rate of loss is only increasing from 9.5 acres an hour in 2020 to now 12.4 acres an hour in 2024. That's why the legislature passed recently something that's known as the Farmland Preservation Act, and now has a program which helps pay landowners for entering into conservation easements. They also recently put together their scoring criteria for those applications, and one of the criteria is soil classification. You get points for how much prime and locally important farmland soil you have. No points for under 50% coverage, 5 points for 50 to 65% coverage, 10 points for 65 to 80%, and 15 points if you have more than 80% farmland coverage. This property is about 95% coverage, so it is, at the very top of the scoring criteria for what the state considers to be criteria for, if it's going to try and protect farmland. That's similar. USDA also uses this soil map as criteria for their own conservation programs. Locally, unfortunately, we don't have farmland conservation programs. Mayor Jacobs told the Growth Plan Committee that there was going to be one of the recommended policies from the comprehensive plan will be to establish a conservation grant fund to assist farmers in setting up conservation easement for their property, end quote. But that's never been added to the plan. The plan does have an item that calls out for building a conservation toolkit to assist property owners with programs to conserve land, but we haven't put that toolkit together yet. So we just don't have anything here yet. Secondly, I'd like to bring up, this probably should be rural agricultural place type. I know it is rural living. There's a whole lot of history into how it got to be or not got to be that. Just know, before we adopted the comprehensive plan, we had over 100,000 acres designated sector plan type of agricultural in the county. We now have only 3,673.8 acres designated rural agricultural. And in the rural area of the county, we only have 1,593 acres. And that's why this one might be a place type that wasn't put in place correctly. Finally, please keep in mind, this one, there was a rezoning that was up to 4 units an acre back in 1996, it looks like. Marybend Acres was rezoned in 2002, so 24 years ago, and staff recommend denying that, looking at it as a spot sector plan and spot rezoning, but that was approved. And then Simmons Farm, so you've got a domino effect now happening, and this is classic sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Grigsby. Mr. Grigsby, if you'll give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Grigsby. I live in Knox County. I am a long-time member of Corryton and current president of the Corryton Community Club. I'm 60 years old, and I have lived in Corryton for most of my life, except for a time that I was in the United States Army and while I attended college. And we just completed a house on a property that my family has owned since 1855. And so I am very well aware of our heritage here in Corryton. The Corryton Community Club is committed to preserving Corryton's rural charm, historical heritage, while helping build a strong community through events, volunteerism, and education since 1946. Those of us who have lived here for many years know there's something rare and something special about Corryton that cannot be put into a zoning map or a traffic study. We're close enough to Knoxville to enjoy its conveniences, but Corryton is not the city. We have farms, we have open fields, we have wooded lots, we have country roads and churches, we have House Mountain State Natural Area, neighbors who know one another, and families who've lived here for generations like myself. There is still a sense of community in Corryton that is rare to find and harder to keep. That's what concerns me about this request. It's not simply about asking about new houses. It would rezone 91 acres of prime farmland and allow 181 homes in the area that is still distinctly rural. Development of that side changes more than the property being developed. It changes the traffic, the roads. It changes Corryton Elementary School, which is already at capacity, the pace of our community, and it gradually changes the very character that made people want to live and stay in Corryton. Once this kind of development begins, each new subdivision becomes the argument for approving the next one, which we've seen and heard about tonight. Eventually, the farms and open spaces that define our community are divided and gone. Growth is inevitable, and we know that, but losing the rare character of Corryton is not. For us families who've called this community home for many years, I respectfully ask that you deny this request and help preserve the rural charm and choose close-knit community that make Corryton such a special place to live. I thank you. I appreciate your service to our county.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, do you
Thank-
want to speak to?
Yes, if I could briefly. Again, I appreciate the time. The rural living place type is not just on this property, it's on most of those parcels around there. I don't think you could say that was a mistake, but regardless, that is the place type that we're dealing with. We spent a lot of time with Advanced Knox going through that process, putting these place types in place. We spent a lot of time revising the growth policy plan, putting that in place, which part of the conversation in that is to change the growth policy plan in the rural areas from considerations of 3 units an acre to 2 units an acre, which is what is in place here, if it has the appropriate infrastructure with which this does. And the feeling on that is 3 units an acre does not help preserve that rural feel. 2 units an acre would be more appropriate for that rural feel. That, I think, in conjunction with staff's recommendation for the 50-foot non-disturbance buffer along the frontage of Roberts Road, and of course this has frontage on both sides of Roberts Road, so it may maintain that feel while still allowing reasonable development within that area. Again, changing the zoning doesn't change the right to farm the property. This could be industrial zoned property and someone could farm it. If someone wants to farm it, wants to buy it, wants to put a conservation easement, I'd be the first person to support their right to do so. I have litigated someone's right to farm their property when a county tried to shut it down. This is about, what does this family want to do with their property? They want to preserve their property values with the potential that it fits in place with the plans that we spent a lot of time adopting over these past few years. And that's what we're trying to do here. If this is rezoned and it is sold to someone who will develop the property, then he'll have to go back through the planning process at that time with the conditions that this body puts in place. But right now, without any legislative entitlements, they could develop this property at 90 units without going through the rezoning. And at the 90 units, they could not cluster the development. They would have to have maximum lot sizes of 1 acre per unit, which actually ends up disturbing more property than a PR zone could when you have those setbacks that have been recommended as part of the conditions here. So it makes sense for not just the plans that we've adopted, but for this area and specifically for the Simmonses who really want to protect their property values on this. So I would appreciate the concerns. If you may follow on social media, there's a lot of chatter about rural areas and farming out there. I've participated in a lot of it. I think it's a very important conversation, but we're not doing any harm through this rezoning, and I'd ask that you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's probably a question maybe for you or maybe for Kevin Murphy or maybe for Commissioner Thompson, but how is prime farmland defined?
Mr. Murphy cited some references to a state program. I'm not familiar with that. I haven't heard that or seen that before. There are soil types that are in place on KGIS that map the soils, that talk about soils. I go back to what Ms. Simmons says has been her family property for years. I mean, right now, the only agriculture that's been going on that property for quite some time, I believe your brother bales some hay on it. Is that about it? Again, it may have farming potential, but the zoning doesn't remove that farming potential. So Mr. Murphy may be able to answer that. He cited that. I'll defer to him on how he's defining prime farmland.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. The United States Department of Agriculture has a National Resources Conservation Service division. They maintain a set of soil maps and types for the United States. At a national level, they describe a category of prime farmland and the various soil types that sit in that. And then at the state level, the state NRCS office, in conjunction with local soil conservation districts, also defines soils of statewide importance and then local importance. So this is all comes from a national USDA system. They have a web soil survey map that's online. That's where they have a full database that you can download. I believe that's what, I'm I'm 99.9% sure that KGIS loads that map in and uses that standard data set. So it's a standard that is used by USDA nationally and then a number of programs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Yesterday, I drove up with my son and to this location. We drove by it, and I mean, it doesn't take an idiot to drive by it and say this is prime farmland. It's pretty, it's nice pasture land. And then we hiked up House Mountain. I looked out over that whole area of Coreyton, and I'm like, man, I don't want to see this thing be all rooftops at some point. And a lot of people on social media have been giddy over the last week over the delay of the UDO. But, this is why the UDO is important. We have the opportunity to protect farmland. This is just, the current zoning that we have in place, like was argued. You can develop this right now, 1 per acre, without any kind of clustering. There are benefits to this, to the UDO, and we need to not stop that. For example, we could put in requirements to protect prime farmland and locally important soil that are on this map. But I'm looking at what we have the facts of today, the law of today, the zoning map, the zoning laws of today. And I hate to see it, go, but this is a good example of why we've got to, put our heads together, work together with our rural communities to figure out how to protect the farmland. But I don't see any defensible way to deny this.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. Coreyton is a beautiful, beautiful community, and that's why when the growth map was reviewed in 2023 as the first step in updating our 30-year-old land use policies and regulations, this area specifically remained rural in the growth policy plan. As part of that discussion was the soil map and the need to consider soil types for the preservation of prime or locally important farmland. The soil map was then updated in 2024, and it does indicate that 95% of this parcel is prime or locally important farmland. So you have heard all the stats. We're losing 12 or more acres per hour statewide. But doing something to change that starts right here at the local level with us. I want to commend planning staff for efforts to try to do that. When I look back over the zoning and sector plan amendment case files going back to 2002, I found that staff recommended denial. The first staff recommendation to deny was in 2002 of a sector plan request from ag to low-density residential, and also the zoning from ag to PR, because it would be out of character and an example of spot sector plan amendment and a spot zoning. Both Planning Commission and County Commission voted in 2002 to approve LDR and PR up to 3, and that produced 60 units on half of a 20-acre parcel, meaning that 60 more units can be constructed. Then in March of 2024, staff once again recommended denial of the sector plan amendment because there have been no changes in conditions to amend the plan from ag to LDR. Both Planning and County Commission approved the plan amendment from ag to LDR to rural residential and the rezoning from ag to PR up to 2. I respectfully voted no. 74 acres projecting 149 units. That's 1,405 average daily vehicle trips, yielding 63 students. A traffic impact study conducted in 2024 reports an additional 1,339 average vehicle trips in the area. So you've heard me reference cumulative impact before, and the question was asked earlier of the developments and the impact that they have on our roads. To roughly calculate that cumulative impact, we as individual commissioners, we have to pull those case files and traffic studies in the areas and get those numbers. Roberts Road is a major collector. It's 19 feet wide with a minimum standard value for average daily vehicle trips of 3,000. With just these 2 case files before, considering this request before us today, we're at 2744. add 1,742, and that this project would yield, and we're at 4,486. That exceeds the road capacity standards. Briefly touching on schools, at a recent Corrigan Community Club, I had the opportunity to talk to the principal of Corrigan Elementary, and she did say that they were over capacity and that the portables that they have, they date back to when Commissioner Thompson was a child, so that means they are really, really old. Like, really old. Another point I'd like to make is that to review a rezoning request, the applicant must demonstrate that the proposed zoning is consistent with the intent of the place type for the subject site and must reference the following attributes: land use mix, housing mix, building form, transportation, and open space. I agree with the staff's report that at 2 dwellings per acre, 181 units on this site, it would increase residential density, resulting in a neighborhood design similar to that of a typical suburban area. That building form is not consistent with the intent of the rural living place type. I appreciate the condition that was included at Planning Commission requiring a 50-foot minimum setback, but that is not going to help align a suburban residential project with the existing rural character and form. Something else I want to point out is that the case file contains a letter to KUB, or from KUB, regarding utilities addressed to Josh Sanderson. It was stated that there's no intention to sell right now. So my question is, why is the applicant not requesting that information from KUB? So to summarize my points for you to consider, prime farmland soil, we have a letter from Bill Hill, the chair of the Knox County Soil and Water Conservation District. The road exceeds capacity. School enrollment is over capacity. The rural area designation was maintained during the growth plan review. Rezonings in the area have been limited, with 2 residential zonings, both having staff recommending denials. Residential development has been limited. Conditions in the area outside of the 2 existing subdivisions have remained largely unchanged and consist of agricultural uses and large lots. We have spot zoning and a spot plan amendment from 24 years ago that should not be used as changes of conditions to justify new rezonings and create classic sprawl that, according to the fiscal impact analysis, costs us, the county, thousands and thousands of dollars each year. So given these points, I have given you a rational basis, and you have a responsibility to preserve the ag zoning. And this is the perfect example of how we do that.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for Director Brooks. I thought when you have agricultural land of more than 2 acres, you're allowed to have 2 units per acre just on ag land as by default. Is that correct?
For property that's zoned agriculture?
Yes.
No, the minimum is 1 acre lot size.
Okay. Are there any situations in which somebody can have 2 dwelling units per acre on ag land?
Not currently. There might be some examples out there because at some point in time, I don't remember. I'm not sure when the code was changed, the minimum lot size for ag, but it was at one point half-acre lots. So you might see that out there, but those are non-conforming lots.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, well, and I have a question for Mr. Murphy. What you're saying, the USDA, that's the authority that you're relying on for the primary farmland designation?
That's correct, yes.
Is there like a website?
It is, yep, you go to Google, it's the USDA Web Soil Survey. That's their website where they've got all their information.
Okay.
All the cool stuff you can download and play with.
Yeah, well, and I do want to note for the commissioners, if you haven't explored KGIS, soil type is one of the overlays that you can download on your, or you can look at. But I just wanted to note, I looked up because I was curious. I'm actually interested in soils. And I looked up the particular soils of this tract, and it's Coreyton loam. Or I looked up what Coreyton loam means, and it says it's actually highly acidic, which would, I'm just saying that the applicant, I mean, that would align with what she said about this not really being productive soil. I think like high school soil is productive farmland, productive soil, and dewy loam can be productive, but if it's highly acidic, you really can't grow much on it. Like you can grow blueberries. I mean, you can put lime on it and make it productive, but I just would take issue with the designation of this being prime farmland. If it's Coreyton loam, I'd love to hear Commissioner Thompson's opinion on that, but my understanding is it has to be amended with lime or something to make it productive. It's just not naturally productive farmland. We don't get a lot of black soil here in East Tennessee. So, thank you.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys know that I'm a big property rights advocate, and I'm a wonky nerd that reads every one of these housing reports, and I've been a long advocate for what do we do with a growing county. I've also been a huge advocate for investing in infrastructure. You've mentioned preserving future values. I promise the value of this land, it will never go down in Knox County, period. And if you wanted to build 1 unit an acre right now, somebody will buy it and build nice homes, and there are plenty of people that want to live in Coreyton. I've spent 8 years now supporting that community. And I've also heard protect the farmland from the other side, but you need farmers to do that. I think in 8 years, I remember one request where somebody actually wanted to change the zoning to farm something. So it's a different world, it's a different time. It's not to say that it's not important, but there isn't a rush of people coming to buy land to build new crops and build new agricultural products. It's a different world now. I can tell you, having spent a lot of time out there, nothing has changed in the infrastructure in that area whatsoever. I know, I talked to Mr. Snowden. There's some plans with the realignment of Robert Road at Tazewell Pike and other, I think there's a roundabout plan for that. But it's in a fairly unfunded capital improvement plan that may or may not happen years from now. I'd love to see it happen. I've spent some time at Coreyton Elementary School, and I'd love to see some investment there. But this county has made a collective choice not to do those things, not to invest in those things, and not to help build our capacity for this county. And so, we're limiting our own capacity to do anything. I think the biggest factor for me of why I'm not going to support this is the law that is still in flux that says we are required, we shall provide in any infrastructure costs. I know that's up in the air. I know you guys are working through it, but there's not a chance, per the data that we all have at our fingertips and was shared, that that road is not going to require infrastructure. And Commissioner, I think downgraded you, Director Snowden, not Commissioner Snowden. He has not a penny in a budget to do another project that is yet even more unfunded. So for all those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this one. Thank you.
Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mullins, I have a couple of questions for you, please, sir.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you mentioned this earlier, but I want to mention it again. It's currently zoned ag. So what can happen right now, today, by right?
They could go and apply to subdivide the property into 91-acre lots.
91-acre lots, not... Yes,
Yes.
got it.
90 homes on each one on a minimum of 1 acre lot size.
Okay, so they have to have a minimum of 1 acre.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's right now.
That's correct.
Now, This request is asking for PR at 2 dwelling units an acre. And was mentioned, what are the requirements? So this is essentially what it would be if Advanced Knox were in place today, correct?
That's right. That would, the current proposed land zoning for this would allow, with the infrastructure in place that is here, 2 units an acre.
What are there minimum lot sizes with that?
I've been told they're working, they have not, they have said they're going to include clustering in this. It has not shown up in any of the drafts yet. Again, it's in flux and now it's on hold. But that was one of the things in the rural areas to, the PR allows you to preserve environmentally sensitive areas, to cluster around. If there's any topography concerns, karst topography, wetlands, you can move around those and cluster them and have, different lot sizes that wouldn't necessarily be a minimum per lot. And I understand that is what was going to be proposed in this zone. I think it's, again, that's still very much up in the air. But if, even if that, it would be still minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, give or take,
Okay.
instead of the 1 acre.
So it could potentially allow for more open green space, as you mentioned, with the clustering, if that was an option.
Yes, anticipated with the future zoning, if it were to go through as proposed, but with the PR zoning, then it would allow that clustering and more open space.
Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioners, we spoke, it was brought up earlier because it's item number 37 on our preliminary agenda for next week. And we will talk about it again next week, the ground lease for Strong Stock Farm, where we are essentially looking to put in an Ag Expo Center, which in the resolution itself said things will be constructed. There would potentially be room for county fairs. All of that brings cars and people, which therefore, to me, would mean there would be parking lots needed. Office spaces are going to be there. So that's taking 120 acres of a farm that's not being farmed, of green space, of agricultural land, and turning it into a center and where buildings will be constructed, parking lots will be created, and potentially, and it said it, and I'm quoting from the resolution, potential county fairs. And it's the property owner's right to agree for that to happen in that situation. They're different projects, but I feel like we're kind of at the same thing here with this property and this rezoning request, because is the property currently being farmed?
No, there's hay on it now. I think our brother does hay on it. That's the extent of the farming. Hay
Has
bales.
it been like a working farm?
No.
In a while? Is there a date to it?
No.
Okay, 20 years. Okay, so this is where I'm really stuck and I'm really stuck on this, because approving this zoning request does not prohibit farming on this land.
That's correct.
But denying this rezoning request does not guarantee the property will be farmed.
That's correct.
So that is my crux of this decision. Of course, we want to preserve the nature of farmland and the nature of our rural living. But if Advanced Knox was active today and what we have pushed for 18 to 24 months, for those of us who've been on here longer, this is what it is. Like, this is following that plan. And so I'm leaning towards approving it. Thank you.
Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harris, do you mind coming up for a moment?
Ms. Simmons?
I mean Simmons.
Yeah.
Sorry. I said Harris. My bad. Yeah, it's the medicine. I'm a little loopy, so excuse me. You said this area hasn't been a working farm in 20 years?
Probably about 20. We do hay off of it. We've
Okay.
done hay. We hunt on it. My grandson hunts on it. We
Okay.
have no plans of doing anything with it right now. We're just trying to preserve our property values is what we're trying to do.
So if this rezoning doesn't happen, and talk to me about the future. If this rezoning doesn't happen, what's the future of your property?
It'll probably just stay as it is.
So it'll stay as it is.
My husband wanted to preserve the property value because of upcoming changes that are coming, soon.
But-
So I think that was his wish and request to try to make sure we preserve our property value. But, we do enjoy the property. We love the property,
But your next generation in your family, be it grandkids, be it, I think you say your nephew comes over there and hunts a little bit. Have any of them expressed a desire to farm?
Possibly, but, I don't know what they'll do in the future.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't.
All right. I just don't, that was all my question. I don't.
Okay.
This is kind of tough for me because I ultimately believe it's their family's right to do whatever they want to do with their property. They can sell it however they feel. They can rezone it. They can sell it to a developer. Whoever bought that property in your family line years ago passed it down, and it's been passed down, and so on and so forth. And that's the right of every family, right? Like, that's why people create assets and they pass them down. And certain generations don't take on the family business. That's just what it is. And most of the time, we're talking about farmland that's dilapidated farmland because the fourth generation or third generation doesn't want to do what Papa did, right? Because it's hard work, and we do live in a different world. I mean, that's unfortunate. Kevin knows I do believe in farmland. Let me be clear, y'all. I believe in farmland. I believe in grass and trees and the whole 9 yards. I believe we need more of it than ever. But it cautions me to think that we could force a generation to do something that they don't want to do. Because if they did want to do it, there would be farmers coming behind us, right? So this kind of decision is tough for me because I believe it's her ultimate right, her and her husband's ultimate right to zone this how they feel like they need to zone it to maximize that property value. So, thank you.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chair Oster. I have a question for the Planning Department. Currently, my understanding is anything that is zoned PR2 to PR5 has currently been moved to the designation NR1. Is that correct?
On the proposed map, is that what you're, yes, under that proposed map, if it's PR, if it's currently zoned PR, yes, it's an NR proposed designation.
Okay, so all these past 2 years, and longer for you guys, that we have been up here talking about, are we talking 2 units an acre? Are we talking 3 units an acre? Are we talking 5 units an acre? All of this debate that we have had was useless because it's all going to the same, currently, the way things are drafted up, is all going to the same NR1. NR1 has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. For the people who do not do quick math, we're talking, of course, you're going to have some infrastructure in there that comes out of that, but we're still talking if it was all on road frontage, you're talking 8+ units an acre. So while we've been worrying about, are we voting for something PR5 or are we voting for something PR2, we voted for the same thing. And that's where I have a problem, is continuing to make these decisions to change something now when we have so much left to determine and to know what we're actually voting on. Because I don't think a 5,000 square foot lot is compatible to the farm next door. I actually don't think half an acre lot is necessarily compatible to the farm next door, but I definitely don't think a 5,000 acre lot is compatible to the farm next door. So I would encourage people not to get caught up on the 2 versus 3 versus 4 versus 5, but is it compatible to have a neighborhood in an area next to farmland? So I'm going to be opposing this.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe in property rights, but I won't go over what Commissioner Jay and Commissioner Frazier said, but I do support what they're both expressed, so I will not be supporting this as well.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Simmons, I know you had stated that you're trying to preserve the value. I don't think that that's completely honest. You're trying to increase the value, not preserve it. Preserving it would be not doing anything. You're trying to increase the value. But I had a question for our planning staff or our attorney, Director Moyers. Let's say you have 100 acres, and this requires half the acreage be set aside. And we do PR2, which means it's really 4 per acre on the front half. Is there anything to stop legally? That would be, HOA property. Would there be anything to stop the HOA from selling that piece of property off in the future and subdividing it to the back, to whoever, whatever parcel borders it, and then have that combined with the other parcel and then develop it, and then you lose all that green space? Is that legal? Could that be done?
My feeling is if a rezoning was conditioned on that land forever staying at that zone or at that density, probably not, because that condition would be in the record and the planning staff would see that and see that the commission had conditioned the rezoning on that condition. But, and Mr. Mullins may disagree with me, but
No, I think that's exactly, I think there have been, not any of my clients, but I think there have been some developers who have tried to make that argument that they'll take a piece of property that the density has already been used over here, subdivide it off and say, now I can use this still at this density, and planning staff has flagged that and has prevented that before. That is something that some people have thought up, and that is, not, and as I understand, not allowed, and planning staff will catch something like that.
Or they just haven't been able to figure out how to get around it? I don't know. This one's...
Commissioner Frazier?
Commissioner Russell makes a great point. And I thought about this the other day, that Commissioner Fox doesn't want to do anything more than 2 per acre. This is why we've got to talk about this UDO, because 2 per acre is going to go to 5 per acre automatically by right. This is gonna go to 5 per acre by right.
8.
Or 8. You know, minus the road and everything, but, you know, but anyway, I mean, that's something to consider.
Commissioner Frazier?
Could I address your point on that, Commissioner Jackson? I think, and I had a quick sidebar with Director Brooks, and she pointed out, and I think she's right, and we need to be careful when we're looking at what the UDO may be, because that is so uncertain.
Right.
You know, I think we can use it, and both sides have used it, both advocating for something or advocating against something. It's that uncertainty as to what that could look like, because it is so much up in the air, which is what concerned my clients in the first place. And they use the word preserve because they don't know what it's going to look like. If this were to be zoned ag in the future, then there's a possibility under the UDO that they would be a minimum of 5-acre lot sizes. So all that uncertainty is things was driven them to want to go ahead and do a rezoning now, so they would know that. I don't know if this would automatically go to NR1. I don't know if the rural area of the growth policy plan, which restricts densities to 2 dwelling units an acre, would trump the zoning. There's a lot of uncertainty on that, but under our plans right now, PR at 2 would make sense and would follow the plans, and that's why we're moving forward with this application today.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some closing thoughts in response to some of the discussion. I just want to clarify that Knox County has not taken any actions that would jeopardize anyone's land values. So I just want to make that very clear. There's been a lot of chatter. There's been a lot of misinformation. No actions have been taken. No property in Knox County has been rezoned. I just want to make that clear. Another point, character and form is truly important. And density and lot sizes, it changes the landscape. That's very important in this rural area. Another point, there are property rights to develop under ag. There are many, many uses under ag that this property could be developed. And I think it was mentioned that you have a right to rezone. Well, not really. It's under specific regulatory conditions. So I don't have the right to rezone my property to anything that I want. It falls under the regulatory conditions of the county. So that's important. And then we also talked about the place type. When we were having these discussions about every parcel in every part of Knox County, that's why on, I think it's page, 28 or something, the comp plan actually states more than one place type may be appropriate. Because we had these type of discussions. What is there now? What could there be in the future? And so there are potential other place types that are appropriate. I'm expressing based on what I have seen in my experience and the information I've brought to you today. I think the ag zoning is appropriate. I do think another place type might be appropriate. That's something for you all to discuss because this is my last zoning meeting as a commissioner. So I do hope that these conversations continue because land is an emotional topic, and it's what also makes this county so special and beautiful. And so I appreciate the effort of everyone in trying to really respect that and honor that.
Okay. I am going to say that I'm going to support this for a couple of reasons. Property rights being one of them. 2, how many times do we ask for 2 dwelling units an acre? I mean, we would all give everything for 2 dwelling units an acre every month. And 3, I think the commissioners that are on here now, I agree with Commissioner Jackson about this, that we've put all this time and this money and this effort into this UDO. And I know the last election, that's what this was run on, that commissioners coming in here were going to get rid of the UDO and the new administration was going to get rid of the UDO. So, you know, I don't think that's I definitely don't think that's smart. So I will be supporting this. So we need a motion on the floor. Commissioner Frazier?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier and a second by Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to the location of this property near my family's farm, I will be recusing myself.
Okay. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor to deny. Open voting, please.
Madam Chair,
No, yes,
so if we vote yes, are we supporting Commissioner Frazier's?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jackson, stop counting. All right, so that's 5 noes. Commissioner Fox? Okay. So that motion failed. All right, that motion passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses to 1, 2, 3, 4 noes, and 1 recused. Okay. All right, next item, please. Not good.
Item number 11, 4L26RZ is a request of Wesley Gibson Construction Incorporated for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 2.3 dwelling units per acre. Property is located at 0 Tipton Station Road, parcel ID 137067 in the 9th Commission District.
Okay, is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street here for the applicant.
All right, and we do have 2 speakers that are in opposition. So Director Brooks?
Excuse me, please. I did not notice on, could I still speak, please?
And you're here for this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and sit down. Okay. Director Brooks, I forgot where we were, I'm sorry.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR plan residential zone up to 2.3 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to 3 conditions.
All right, now Mr. Mullins.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the conversation on the last one and hope to continue that conversation here. This is a 6.95 acre parcel at the corner of Tipton Station and Sane Lane. We were asking for it to go from ag to PR at a density of 2.3 dwelling units an acre. We originally asked for a density of 4 dwelling units an acre. Planning staff recommended the 4 dwelling units an acre for that. In working with engineering, one of the conditions would be the improvements to Sane Lane, not off-site improvements, actually contiguous improvements. And I think that speaks a little bit to the conversation about the road improvements and what can be compelled and what cannot be compelled. The type of improvements that engineering was asking for, we went back and then also talked to the neighbors and about their concerns, and we actually wanted to decrease the density to 2.3 dwelling units an acre. That reduced the scope of the road improvements. The condition is that the road improvements on Sane Lane would be along this frontage to make it 18 feet wide. And also improve the radii at the intersection with Sane Lane and Tipton Station. Because this is in, and I think we trip over this sometimes, this is in the Rural Conservation comprehensive land use map place type, which requires a 50%, or they're recommending a 50, because of the place type, a 50% non-disturbance or open space requirement of this 6.95 acre, but it is in the planned growth area of the growth policy plan. So it does allow considerations for more than 2 units an acre under the growth policy plan. It was under the planned growth area in 2001, and also when we updated it, it did not change. It stayed in the planned growth area in 2024. Because of both the road improvements that are being asked for and the 50% set aside of the property, it kind of limits our flexibility and creativity with this lot. It's an odd shaped lot, kind of a long rectangle with a gap tooth out in the northeast side of it. We originally would like to have done a single road off of Sane Lane into the subdivision. That doesn't work because of the 50% set aside and the road improvements. Engineering has also said other than one house, they would not allow any access to the property off of Tipton Station. We have to access it off of Sane Lane. So we had lots of meetings with the neighbors. I'll tell you, I've been in some neighborhood meetings before. Some have been very contentious. Even though they're here speaking against me, they treated me like family. We've had a lot of, Ms. Gennard, I appreciate sitting in your front yard and talking about these things. Their concern right now is because of these restrictions and the current plan that this developer has proposed is individual driveways off of these 15 homes that he wants to do accessing Sane Lane. There's site distance. Some of the driveways may have to be shared. It will work doing that. They asked, is there any way you can consider an internal road? And any string you pull on, you're pulling on a different string to do that, unfortunately. So if the plan moves forward, the concept plan, which is on hold with Planning Commission, we would be looking at individual driveways at a density of 2.3 dwelling units an acre. This is not a regular developer. He's a home builder. This is the first property that he's tried to develop and entitle. He builds, and I gave an example, I think, in the email sent to everybody. I mean, this is a very affordable price point of a home. It's in the planned growth area. I know we've agreed to a buffer on the southern border. We can work with staging, construction staging and access. We've tried to work with the neighbors as much as we can, but I know they would still rather have one road. I think they're fine with the density, or at least the last time we spoke they were, if we could have one road into it. And I wish we could do that. We just can't. So that's kind of why we're here now. I do think 2.3 dwelling units an acre is extremely appropriate in the planned growth area off of Tipton Station. And we'll continue to work with the neighbors to alleviate their concerns as we move forward with this. I mean, I'd rather talk to them than some of the other neighborhood meetings I've been to. So happy to keep talking to them.
Thank you. All right, our first speaker is Jason Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, if you'll give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes, and we are glad to hear that y'all were nice to Ben, because he really is a good one.
He's a gentleman. We do like him. Jason Guthrie, Knox County. Quick question before we start. I haven't seen anyone use the screen for displaying like visuals and such as for a case. Can we do that? Or, because I sent an email before I did this, or I arranged coming here, some things to have queued up. Do we still do that, or do we not? Because if we don't, I'll just send a quick email to all of you, the commissioners, with my notes, if that's fine. Which would you rather have it?
Fine.
The email?
Email, yeah.
Okay, 1 second, please. Okay, I've sent it. Tell me if you've received it, please. Oh, it's fine. Hey, I'm there too. Did you, can anyone confirm if they've received the email? Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. and maybe take one that has an attached PDF, so make it easier on you.
Yeah, if it doesn't come through, we might just need to let you talk to us about it, and then we can look at it.
That's fine, if you
Yeah.
wish. Okay, so what I want to first cover is with the idea on, based on what we're currently seeing, why we want to kind of reject the current proposal. So I want to go into details on that. So again, Jason Guthrie, Knox County. We want to talk about the Planning Commission first, about some kind of things that oversight. They were mentioning in their dialogue that it states that the PR density of 2.3 dwelling units per acre would be a visual outlier in this rural section of Tipton Station, which references a new PR development north of Tipton Station. What they're actually referring to is development that's northeast, and it's south of the South Ridge community. If we look at that community actually has internal roads and such. It separates itself as a community subdivision, and that's in the notes I sent you. There's a diagram or a display of that. It's not, we want to make sure we're aware of the same thing. This isn't connected to Tipton Station, okay? So it doesn't need to be referenced as Tipton Station. It's connected to John Sevier. The houses don't even face Tipton Station. So it's part of the growth along John Sevier. So when they reference that, it's really more indicative of the development on that road, not Tipton Station, all right? Next, it should be noted this development is, okay, I'm going to cover everything else in 1 second. There was a note about the, it's connected to John Sevier Highway.
But it is? No.
I'm sorry, what now? The construction, you can't see the construction south of South Ridge?
Oh, you're talking about the other project?
Yes. Yes. The reason I mention that is the Planning Commission referenced this as it's an outlier. The Wesley Gibson construction is an outlier to this. But this, the construction that's south of South Ridge, is not connected to Tipton Station. It's connected to John Sevier. Okay? Are we same page? Sure. Okay. All right, cool. Additionally, there's a mention on the Planning Commission stated that in the Northeast development, landscape buffering is required along the street face. Okay, now if we reference the site plan that's provided by William Gibson, there isn't one. It's a small, shorter face. So its submitted site plan does not include any street face buffering, which totally changes the rural character of Tipton Station, Sane Lane area. The plan is scheduled to be reviewed at the September planning meeting if the zoning change is approved. And based on this buffer oversight, we feel this should not be served as a catalyst for this change. Now let's talk about the Sane area pattern of development. And I've got notes showing you the continuous block. What I'm basically trying to display here is that within this block, more than just Sane Lane, the block it's encapsulating it is the max density is 1 DU. That's what we've had for years. So it would, with that, even with that density, you could allow for growth there. But having said that, we talked about the potential of having a separate community there with an internal road, which there's been some kind of odd statements on that, like saying that the county wouldn't allow it, which is odd because across the road, which is where Linda Schoen's property is, it does have an ingress on Tipton Station and inside Sane Lane. It's a kind of a matching property type. So it can be possible to be done. There's obviously some differences on with the rural preservation of 50%. Anyway, moving forward, we want to talk about the thing that this community, this plan matches. If you look in my diagram, there's a mention of Dreamcatcher Drive. That development matches closer to the density of what's being proposed versus the outlier of what's being proposed by the Planning Commission. That really is closer to what's being done on or proposed by William Gibson on Sane Lane. And that destroys the character. Finally, we talked about the street. They made mention they were going to widen it to 18 feet. But the problem there is, but even though you widen the road, when you make a road that wide, it's typically inviting people to actually do parking on the road, which happens typically in communities in South Knox, which poses some issues when you're dealing with emergency vehicles coming in. If you have a sufficient setback, we were talking about with what was required in the other development, it could allow for people to potentially park in the yards if necessary and such.
Mr. Guthrie, I
Yes.
hate to stop you, but we're over our time, so
Okay.
I've got 2 other words to speak.
Okay, well, like I said, if you see the last image, that shows you the difference because I've put in the site plan of what it would look like after, and it just does not match the character. That's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you. All right, next is Gayla Gennard. Hope I'm saying your name right. Way to go. It doesn't happen often.
Oh, that was really, really good. I did not know how to say it when I first met my husband. And I won the 5th grade spelling bee for my elementary school, so there was something to that.
I did too, so maybe that's the.
Yeah, I was gasping when I saw him. But anyway, my name is Gayla Gennard, and I live in Knox County. I do have a history of having been involved with Advance Knox. Mayor Jacobs invited me to participate, and it was great to do that. I've lived in Knox County 3 different times. The first time I came here for graduate school in 1987. I do hail from the state of Indiana, and I am from a family of farmers and realtors, of all things. And I'm a person who pays attention. I married into a family that is one of 32 families that immigrated from Switzerland, from a very specific area called the Valley du Joux. And those 32 families immigrated together from 1848 to 1894 to Knoxville, Tennessee. And that's the family that I've married into. So I've paid attention to what happens in this county because of the history that I have, and am really committed to making sure that as we go into the future that we don't forget the parts of the past that are really important to keep Knox County the place that so many of us love. So that said, Sane Lane currently has 14 homes on it, and they're typically located on 4 to 11 acre parcels. This one 6.7 acre parcel, if you approved as requested for 2.3, would double the number of houses to 16 on Sane Lane. The current site plan with 16 houses is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And if we go forward as planned, it will undoubtedly look like and feel like an oddity, frankly, almost like an appendage to Sane Lane. It will be like 2 completely different neighborhoods. It's not a subdivision. This is a rural neighborhood currently. In June, Mr. Gibson, who is the developer and owner of this property since September of last year, his attorney, Ben Mullins, graciously accepted our invitation and came out, and we did have a great conversation with him. We had a really hard time as neighbors going with 16 houses. And at first it was going to be like 27, and then we went down to 16. And we as a neighborhood had a hard time thinking about having like 7 driveways on Sane Lane right at the beginning of this lane into these 16 houses. It just is wild. It feels like it should be one road, could go from Sane Lane for safety reasons into that neighborhood, preserve the woods because the entire property is wooded right now. And that, I don't know that you could get 16 houses in there, but we certainly would love to see it tried because right now the rural nature would be totally obliterated right at the beginning of the neighborhood. And this property is part of Sane Lane. I see that my time has ended, so I just hope you'll please deny this because it just is not a good fit with the neighborhood as currently requested and according to the current site plan. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, and we have one more speaker. Ma'am, if you'll come down and give your name and county of residence, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Linda Schoen, county resident of Knox County. I own the property across Sane Lane from the property at issue here. I have 500 feet of road frontage on Sane Lane, and they will have 800 feet of road frontage on Sane Lane that they intend to turn out 15 driveways onto Sane Lane. I'm going to have permission, I believe, to turn out 2 driveways on Sane Lane. So you get 15 plus 2 is 17, and add in the 16 homes that live behind. You're going to have a massive traffic jam coming down onto the stop sign there. And each car is going to have to wait their turn several seconds, maybe a minute or 2, to get out on Tipton Station because that road is quite so busy with all the new development. So
I definitely do not believe that the planned residential zone is a proper zone here. When Mr. Gibson bought the land in 2025, it was already a place type of rural conservation. And if you look at planned development, you're supposed to have some kind of ecological or some kind of environmental constraint, and it has to be necessary to have like a cluster development. If you look at what the Planning Commission determined, they did not make a recommendation for the planned residential zone in accordance with the regulations set forth in 5.13 and 6.30 amendments of the zoning ordinance. You're supposed to have changing conditions, and as one of the speakers was trying to say, that subdivision is completely separate. The new subdivision that was referenced by planning is completely separate from the rural conservation property across the street. It's actually a church across the street, not a subdivision. And if you look at the sector plan of that property from Sane Lane way back to Hawes Road, it's all rural conservation. And I could not find any subdivision that has been recently zoned from from ag in a rural conservation place type to planned development. Also, you're supposed to be consistent with the intent of the purposes of the zoning ordinance, which if you have an environmental constraint, this planned development allows you to work around it. There are no environmental constraints on this property. It's basically from 910 down to 900, and there was a suggestion of a sinkhole, but the engineering has told me through planning that there is no sinkhole there. You shall not adversely affect or directly or indirectly affect the surrounding property. And a visual outlier, as I looked it up, said that that's something to the extreme. It's not something that it fits in. It does not fit in. It's to the extreme. And then finally, the only recommendation that included one of these mandatory requirements, they are mandatory. They said that it was consistent with the county comprehensive land use plan. That's the only mandatory requirement that was included in the planning recommendations, planning staff's recommendation that was ultimately approved by the Planning Commission. That's not enough. That is not enough for you all to approve because there are mandatory requirements in 6.30 that were not included or considered by the Planning Commission, because we have what's in their resolution, and all that's in their resolution is that it's consistent with the plan. I really got involved in this because there's no stormwater detention plan shown on that site plan that's before planning right now. And I spoke with Mr. Mullins, and of course I spoke with the Director of Public Works, and they're going to do something about that, but they were going to be given all this open space credit for stormwater, and all that property sits way above where my property is. So this open space is behind these houses. So they're going to give them credit for that and not make them put in a detention pond or anything like that to hold their stormwater. So you've got 15 driveways, 15 houses, and all that water's going to run to the lowest point, which is my land. That's how I got involved in this. I think everybody has the right to develop their property, but develop it the right way. And so far, this has not been developed the right way. It should have a condition here at a minimum to put one driveway through there, not 15 driveways. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, would you like to respond?
Yeah, briefly. I know it's been a long night, and I'm wanting to go home too. I'll be quick. Ms. Schoen mentioned environmental constraints. In the rural conservation place type, it generally sets aside between 50 and 70%. It was placed as a condition on the zoning because our zoning is incongruent with the comprehensive land use map yet. So that's the reason it's conditioned for that 50%. That's the environmental constraint where you have to then cluster to meet that 50%, especially on a property. It's got an odd lot shape like this. That's also the primary reason why we can't do a single road off of there and still maintain that 50% with the property. Ms. Schoen's property also has direct access to Tipton Station. According to aerial here, there's a driveway cut there. We're constrained and we cannot do that. On Mrs. Gennard, I understand that this would be, it's actually 15 homes, not 16. The 16th lot is the open space lot, which is 3.7 acres. is what we're proposing as open space. If we were trying to do this all the way at the end of Sane Lane, I would tell my client, I can't represent you. That doesn't make sense. That's not appropriate. But doing it here at the front of it, where you have that more intense development, and then it kind of feathers back with the intensity as you go back in, does make a lot more sense. It also makes a lot more sense because Sane Lane does get a lot more narrow the further south into their neighborhoods as you go. But improving it at 18 feet, which is the minimum that you need in these rural areas, it makes sense. That improves everybody's access at this one location. Yes, there is a plan that is in Planning Commission that has not been, I have not seen staff's recommendation on it. I don't know what their recommendation will be on it yet or not, or whether that'll be approved. It may have to get changed. That plans often do, but we will have to comply with the stormwater ordinance on a basic concept. I mean, that usually the stormwater gets worked out more in the design plan phase of things than at the concept plan. So we will make sure that we're complying with the stormwater regulations. References to Dreamcatcher Drive. I believe that subdivision is at 4 units an acre. I don't have my map in front of me. This is at 2.3, and all along Dreamcatcher, there's 30-plus homes there. This is 15 with shared driveways, so I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. But here we're in the planned growth area. There's no doubt Tipton Station has had significant changing conditions. Staff's report outlines it very thoroughly, and 2.3 dwelling units an acre in a planned growth area off of Tipton Station makes a lot of sense, especially if this is being at the front of Sane Lane, not at the rear where the rest of the neighbors live. So I would ask that you approve per staff's and commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox, would you like Commissioner Thompson to go first?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Mullins, when you said at the front, so like near, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Where are you saying that it's, you're saying there was density and then you go back down Sane Lane?
I'm talking about Sane Lane. They mentioned that there's 14 houses on Sane Lane now, between 1 and 4 acres, or 4 to 11 acres. This parcel is right at the intersection of Sane Lane and Tipton. That's why it's
right.
If you looked at all of Sane Lane, because it is a dead-end road, as being kind of its own kind of subdivision, if you will. The higher density is at the front there at the top, not further back where you get into where the road is a lot more narrow. There's some vertical curves and there's other issues with it. So it being at the top of Sane Lane there, it's the intersection of Tipton Station is what I was referring to.
Gotcha, okay. I was just trying to figure out, because I'm looking at it and it looks as densely populated at Tipton Station as it does towards the back of it, looking where the houses are, so.
Well, right now, it's not been developed. It's undeveloped property. I understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when we're looking at the future land use map, you have this suburban residential, suburban mixed use, rural conservation corridor right there, but then you have this specifically put in rural conservation.
Right.
And
which allows up to 5 units an acre to be considered, and we're at 2.3.
Right. I'm just, I don't know, it seems a little like it's out by itself as far as being a subdivision, so, because all the other subdivisions are north in that suburban mixed use, suburban residential place type, and that's where it looks like all the rest of the subdivisions are, and this one's kind of on the outskirts and out by itself. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Commissioner Fox, we've got one more. Are you good with? I figured you were going to probably end it all up.
Okay,
so.
that's fine.
Commissioner
Yes.
Hill.
Thank you. For the record, I have driven down Sane Lane and missed where I wanted to turn, and it does get windy and narrow, and you have no choice but to go straight once you commit on that road. I heard you talking initially that the builder's initial desire would have been to build an access road for these homes, but the constraints don't allow
Yeah,
this?
so between the road improvement to Sane Lane and 50% set aside and just the
Yeah.
odd shape of the lot, I mean, it's just, whichever way you try to design it, you're robbing Peter to
Just
pay
wasn't
Paul.
gonna work, yeah. Director Brooks, is there, does this commission have the ability to make an exception or change or allow certain encroachments that would not be the 50%? I'm asking because this truly is a situation where it looks like if we could get a little bit more setback allowed to allow for an access road, that it would satisfy the same lane people in all those driveways, and at the same time still allow this builder to move forward.
Commissioner, I would hesitate to give you legal advice. That might be something Director Morris would want to weigh in on. The place type does say shall provide, but as you know, our current code is misaligned with our adopted plan, so that 50% requirement is not in the zoning code currently.
I don't even know that I'm just trying to think outside the box a little bit, because this is as you said, it is at the front of the area, and anyway.
Well, what I would say is that the thing that rules here is the zoning code until we get it changed, so.
And the zoning code right now is ag. Isn't that correct? The zoning code right now on this is ag. It's zoned ag. Is that correct?
I believe so. Is that correct?
Current zoning's ag, and the request is planned residential 2.3.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson just turned on his light again, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so if it's currently zoned ag, it's, Director Brooks, it says the size of the tract is 6.95 acres. Could they technically get 7 units on this piece of property?
No.
Okay. If they had 7 acres, they could.
Yes, they need a minimum, 1 acre lots. And that's, and they'd have to accommodate infrastructure as well in there.
Okay. So they'd have to go before BZA to ask for that 7th unit under its current zoning. And ask, okay. So currently, so you're wanting 2.3 dwelling units per acre, which would give you said you're wanting 15 units. You can currently do 7.
Currently do
theoretically.
6. I would hesitate to think that the BZA would grant a variance for that, but, that's a high hurdle.
Yeah, I get it. It's 0.05 of an acre. But because you're saying that you can't do a single road, so you'd have individual driveways on Sane Lane, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of.
And I think they're mainly, I think there's a mix between individual and shared driveways, but yes.
Okay. What this reminds me of is, I think it's Old Rutledge Pike that goes next to the Knoxville Livestock Center. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with that, but they put in homes right there on Old Rutledge Pike, and it's basically a big concrete pad right beside the road, and that's what they have access to. And who thought that was a great idea? I don't know. But when they're leaving the driveways and pulling out, so you're talking about 15 houses on roughly 7 acres going back, it makes more sense to me that you do a larger lot and just put 6, maybe 7 houses on it if you're going to have direct access to Sane Lane anyway. So that rezoning for 2.3 with this area, 1 unit an acre would be more in line with what's already there, and you already have road access. You can't combine one access point for everybody. So if you're going to have individual access points, do a larger lot, sell a bigger house, and it fits more in line with the conformity of that area. So, I mean, Director Snowden, do we have, you see a lot of the county. Have you seen situations where they have done something similar to this, where you have a lot of access points on one road?
Yeah, the one that comes to mind, the Old Rutledge Pike's a pretty prominent. Another one that always has challenged me is Black Road. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Black Road, runs off Campbell Station. It had a very similar use, a very narrow parcel, and I bet there's 50 driveways up through there. So, I mean, that's the one that sticks in my mind, that has been a challenge.
So in those situations, you don't have a front yard and a driveway, you have more of a continuous parking lot of access points.
And that's not what our plan shows. I mean, plan does show driveways and front yards with the houses set back. I mean, I don't think it's exactly like the old Rutledge Pike example that you're referring to, but it would be individual driveways.
But these are essentially going to be narrow, deeper lots.
Yeah, yes. I mean, that would be, the front yard would be oriented and they would go back and the houses would be set back further from the road with a driveway access onto Sane Lane.
Okay. That seems a little out of character for that particular lot, but.
Okay. Commissioner Fox, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. Number one, Ms. Chown, what were the mandatory elements that you were saying had not been met?
I'm sorry, sir.
You mentioned that there were some mandatory elements that had not been met.
Yes. In the PR zone, 5.13.15, it specifically references 6.30.001, which are plan amendments. And in that plan amendment, it says the standards for amendments, the following conditions shall be met for all text and map amendments. A, the proposed amendment shall be necessary. B, the proposed amendment shall be consistent with the intent. C, the proposed amendment shall not adversely affect. D, the amendment shall be consistent with and not in conflict.
You're talking about the land use plan rather than zoning though, right?
I'm talking about the zoning, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and actually, there's an administrative procedure in the plan development zoning ordinance that says that the planning commission has to go through each one of those in their decision-making, and it's not evident in their resolution.
Okay, I think maybe I'm confused, but we don't have a plan amendment in front of us. And that the regulations you're citing are related to plan amendments versus rezoning?
No, it's an ordinance. If you look in the 5.13.01, it says there that 5.1315, administrative procedure for a planned residential development. The Planning Commission may recommend establishment of a PR, planned residential zone, or an application may be made to the Planning Commission for rezoning to PR, planned residential, in accordance with the regulations set forth in section 6.30 amendments of this resolution. Now, I'm not an expert here. I really had to study hard on this, and I hope I've got this right, but I think that I do. Because every one of these planned residential developments usually say it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding conditions, at least give something else other than just one. And in this one, there's only just one, that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Were you going to say something, Commissioner or Vice Chair Frazier? I thought you were getting ready to.
I was just going to say she was referencing 5.13, which is the PR plan residential zone in our codes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Director Snowden, how far away from a intersection, like how far away does a driveway or road need to be from the intersection of Sane Lane and Tipton Station in order to have all the appropriate sight lines and all that?
I'd have to look at our access control policy. It depends on the type of roadway that it's intersecting, so that's probably a collector to local, so I'm gonna say 50. It's either 50 or 100. Let me check that real quick.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, it's 50 feet, Commissioner
50 feet,
Fox.
okay. Okay, so I follow now, Ms. Chown, what you were saying, that PR refers you back to 6.3, and 6.3 has the conditions that have to be met.
Mandatory, yes, sir.
Mandatory, even though that, it appears to be talking about map amendments, but it does refer you back. Mr. Moyers, do you have any perspective on this?
Well, there are general requirements that are supposed to be met whenever you rezone or amend the zoning map. It's up to this body to determine whether or not those conditions are met.
I will also note respectfully, I could not find that particular provision in other zoning ordinances, but I did find it particularly in the planned
residential, okay.
Yes, it's not in the RA and it's not in the RB that I could find.
Okay.
If I could make a comment on that, I think the 6.30.01 are the general conditions that are required for all rezonings, and you have to meet all the criteria. It applies to all of them. I don't know if each zoning ordinance cites specifically to it, but it applies to it whether the particular zone regulation cites to it or not, and staff's recommendation goes through for a page and a half, and with its justifications as to why it's met the four conditions of 6.301 of the zoning ordinance.
And if I could address that, the staff made comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to go to the microphone, please.
Apologize. The staff made comments. The staff did not make recommendation. The staff made recommendation only including it's in conformance with the Knox County Comprehensive
Right.
Plan. They made plenty of comments, but only one recommendation with one of those mandatory requirements in it. And then the the Planning Commission just put their recommendation in place without any of those other things being included.
And you're saying, when we look at the staff amendment, the staff recommendation, number one is actually inaccurate, is your point. Somebody made that point, Jason maybe, that, because there is no direct access for that particular neighborhood that's referenced in this as traditional neighborhood that does not have direct access to West Governor John Sevier Highway. Or no, it does.
That traditional neighborhood
No, it does
is
have direct access.
It's
Okay,
the old
yeah.
Hageman farm there,
Yeah.
the 28 acres that was going to be Freedom Living, and it turned into a subdivision with access directly to John Sevier, completely cut off from Tipton Station by 2 detention ponds,
Okay.
as well as a 20-foot buffer from a greenway buffer from Tipton
Right.
Station. So, and it was a traditional neighborhood
Right, right.
rezone, not rural conservation.
Please itemize for me again, the two reasons that you say this does not qualify under 6.3 because certain mandatory elements weren't met. Just one more time for me, please.
Okay. I will
Because
also-
I've been, you've been focusing on this one, and we've had all these different zonings. My mind's everywhere, so.
It says it shall be necessary because of substantially changed or changing conditions. All staff comments on is that traditional neighborhood has been rezoned to subdivisions. No mention of what's happening in that particular area, which is mostly rural conservation.
Okay.
And it shall be consistent with the intent and purposes of this resolution. Planned residential is an optional zone, as stated in the zoning ordinance itself. And it's an optional zone because it encourages more, and from the zoning ordinance, it encourages more imaginative solutions to environmental design problems. There are no environmental design problems, and I do take issue that just because you have a long rectangle, I have a long rectangle over next door. That's not an environmental constraint. An environmental constraint, as I understand, my limited understanding, is such an ecological sensitive area, hillside protection, steep slopes, wetlands, some of those have all been discussed.
A stream
here
cutting through the
today.
middle of the property?
Streams, yes, sir.
That sounds familiar at all?
It does. And so there are no environmental constraints here. And a forest, it's a forest right now. Planning says that a forest is not an environmental constraint.
Okay.
So there's no environmental constraints. And I would again tell you that, or ask you to respectfully look, 1.5 pages are just comments. They're not recommendations. They're what planning made the recommendation from, but they're just comments. It's even under the comments section under the Planning Commission's action.
Yeah, okay.
And then,
Thank you. All right, I move that we deny this project on the grounds that, or this application on the grounds that the project fails to meet a number of mandatory requirements under Ordinance 6.3 of the Appendix A, Knox County zoning ordinances. So that's my motion, that we deny it. And I do want to make a comment as well on this motion. This is a shady lane type road. It's quiet there, and that's why people move there. And this, having 15 driveways on the road would substantially alter the character of this particular community. And yes, it is in the growth boundary, but sometimes there are just little pocket neighborhoods that, I mean, the growth boundary is just, that's painting with a broad brush. And this is an exception. I think Vice Chair Frazier has noted that some elements of planning, they're not perfect. They're not perfect, and there are exceptions within the land use, the comprehensive plan, as well as the growth boundary. And this should be one of those exceptions. So that's my motion. Please vote to deny this application. Thank you.
All right, I got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things I wanted to clear up on this, because we've looked at the comprehensive land use plan map, and you look at conservation, you look at rural conservation, and as Mr. Mullins pointed out, you know, the place type allows up to 5 units an acre, whatever, but the road doesn't. It's 10 to 16 feet wide. Well, the one that we just, you know, we talked about 18-foot wide roads, 19-foot wide roads. This 15 houses would produce 176 trips per day anyway. But in that comprehensive plan, there is a conflict because the property is designated rural conservation. PR at 2.3 is only a partially related to that designation. And because of that, it's requiring special conditions to make it fit. So the growth policy plan calls for development coordinated with adequate roads and drainage. And with this one, it's difficult, and even staff made the comment that it would be a visual outlier. This is not your typical subdivision on rural conservation, putting 2 units an acre. This is almost 7 acres on a little road that doesn't even have stripes on it. Probably hasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Director Snowden, but it probably hasn't seen a repaving in 20 years.
Yeah, I went out there and looked at it. It could use some TLC. It needs some attention. Yeah.
If it's anything like the little unstriped road that I live on, it might get a patch here or every now and then. So an additional 176 trips a day on a 10-foot wide road, it's out of place. I think you're just trying to. It's trying to fit something where it really doesn't fit, and you could already sell, or you could already build 6, almost 7 houses on it as is, without having to cluster and leave, because if you're leaving 50% of it undeveloped as is, so you're putting 15 homes on 3.5 acres, not on 7 acres, you're putting on 3.5, and making everybody have a driveway onto Sane Lane. It's not gonna be visually appealing. It's not, I mean, it changes the whole character of Sane Lane. It's probably been a little quiet road that folks have lived on forever. And yes, it's on Tipton Station Road, but whoop-de-doo. I mean, it's, all the developments north of that. This is the little undeveloped, forgotten place on Tipton Station on Sane Lane. So if you need a reason to not vote for this one, that would be it.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Thompson to deny. Open voting, please. And that passed. Okay, last one.
Ready? Item number 12, O268101, is amending the Knox County zoning ordinance, Appendix A, zoning, Article 6, Sections 6.30, 6.40, and 6.90 pertaining to public notice requirements and vested rights, and this is on first reading.
Thank you. Any discussion on this? Not seeing none. Do I have a motion? Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Jackson. Open voting, please. And that passed. All right, we don't have anyone signed up for public forum on open topics. Do we have any other business? All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Have a great night.